day here, Rachel, on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week.
Action-packed.
We're racing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and of course Saturday, the big day. And yesterday they drew the entries,
Oh my gosh.
not only for the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, but also the 2026 Indiana Derby. How about it?
What about Louis Rabeau? I just can't say enough about him. I'm so happy that he comes to cover that. He does a great job. He did a show here yesterday. Then he got on and did a live show for all of you. Got on here, gave you a little insight. So we've already talked about it a little bit. I'm just going to probably give you some stats on what's coming up this weekend later. But just a wonderful day yesterday.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. Congratulations, Marcelino Pantoja Jr. coming off a riding double. More about yesterday's card and, again, the draw here. Cheers to Louis for helping us out there with the Indiana Derby draw for 2026. We'll get to that in just a sec, as I mentioned. But first, time here during the A block on Wire to Wire to check in with our friends at the Weather Authority. That's Fox 59. Krista McEnany, she's standing by. She watched the draw online yesterday, I'm sure.
Of course she did.
And she's about to tell us the weather forecast for Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. Krista, it's all yours. How are things looking here for the races?
We're looking at a great day out of the track. We'll be warm with temperatures right around 87 degrees into the late afternoon. Plenty of sunshine around for the day and temperatures right around 84 by the time you're heading on home. Here we are in Futurecast taking us into the evening. A spotty shower around central Indiana possible, but primarily dry today. Enjoy the races.
All right, Krista McEnany, Fox 59, the Weather Authority. Cheers for the forecast and indeed races. We've got 11 of them on tap for all of our racing fans here today. By the way, really quick, before we talk about the Indiana Derby draw, congratulations, Tasha's Secret. What a talented mare. She repeat winner of the Bradford Stakes yesterday. That was exciting. Fernando Morin winning it yesterday. Ricardo Martinez, the entire team there. Duke Racing, Chris talked to you post-race, but congratulations. And she edged. I mean, you talk about one of the richest Indiana-bred quarter horses in history. Talk about Mr. Michael. Great finish to the Bradford yesterday.
I didn't know really how to word it, but she just looks so much more intense this year, I guess, is how you could say it. I mean, for her to, like, you say surge, but in quarter horse racing, that's like, but for her to just get up a little bit there, because every inch counts in quarter horse racing. So shows how gritty she is. So just what a wonderful upset, because Mr. Michael and her, Tasha has been going back and forth. So it's fun to watch, though.
Yeah, she gave the connection. Certainly a moment inside the 220 because Mr. Michael, I mean, tough on the inside, had that rail. Edgar Diaz, great break for the 18-time winner. And that mare, she's so talented. She got there yard by yard and reeled in Mr. Michael and repeats in the Bradford Stakes. Congratulations to the connections of Tasha's Secret talking about the quarter horse stake on yesterday's card. But speaking of great racing action, we're going to be loaded here on Saturday for Indiana Derby Day. And yesterday we had the draw. Brett Calhoun back with our money man looking for yet another success with the son of Mr. Money, who's no stranger to winning the Indiana Derby race.
That was such an exciting year, the year Mr. Money was here. He was impressive to watch, and Brett has brought some really nice horses here in the past, even if they haven't won. And how exciting is it to have one of his sons running the Derby? I think that's happened with Looking at Lucky a couple times. He won the Indiana Derby, and I think a couple of his progeny have ran in it. But just a wonderful day, and excited to see how it goes. We had the Indiana Derby post draw yesterday. I guess we'll just look at footage of it and I'll voice over it. But yesterday, shout out to the racing office for doing such a great job. They whip through those. I don't think a lot of people realize, but when if you've been to the actual draw, they rip through those quick. Like it's like 1, and then they say the name, 6, and then they say the name, 7, and then they say the name. I mean, it's post. So
pill, paper, post.
They really accommodate us with letting us come and record that and going real slow for everybody. So, and then Louis had a wonderful show that he put on, and we'll show some footage of that a little bit later here today. But they came up here, went over the horses and the field, and just what a wonderful day and team coming together to get some of that stuff done yesterday was really fun. And then on top of which, it was a change with the card because we weren't supposed to race yesterday, but we did because of the heat. So it was a funky day, but we got it done. It was a little bit of a challenge, but it was definitely fun. It always is, and that's what's great about Indiana Derby week.
You gotta love Louis. I mean, horse racing happy hour. It kind of went from like 1 to almost 7 o'clock here yesterday.
Yeah,
by the time we wrapped up the finale after the Bradford Stakes. So it was an action-packed day, and to certainly appreciate Louis. Horse racing happy hour. Cheers for all they do in their coverage coverage of horse racing and certainly taking coverage yesterday to the Indiana Derby, providing it for all the racing fans, including you and I and all those that tuned in. Speaking of racing yesterday, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., a couple of wins here on the Monday card, the rescheduled Monday card to start off Indiana Derby weekend with a couple of wins yesterday. Marcelino tied with Fernando, 30 wins apiece at the top of the leaderboard.
They're tied
They're
again?
sitting in the clubhouse, tied at 30.
I just can't believe how close they've been. Yeah, Marcelino's like, I'm getting beat this year. They had a wonderful day. Gennaro had a training double, and Marcelino had a riding double. One of his wins was for Gennaro.
We're getting into Indiana Derby week. We're getting to the final stretches Tuesday-wise of the contest, Jockey's Agent Contest. That is today, but you better hurry because it's getting set to wrap up in just 1 week from today as we wrap up Indiana Derby week on Saturday with that noon post time, no racing Sunday, Monday, and then it'll be the grand finale of the Jockey's Agent Contest. We've had those $100 weekly prize winners starting back early part of May, and we were talking Kentucky Derby. They were talking, of course, the Caesars and the Cleopatra, that big day card here at the track, and now talking about Indiana Derby week. But grand finale, that'll be a week from today on the 14th with $1,500 simoleons up for grabs.
This is a key week as well, you guys, because when you see, do your entrance, if there's any jockeys in here that have come for the week that don't normally and maybe are hot, you got to be sure to watch who's entered. It's a really fun contest, so be sure to head down to the first floor. Program stand.
Speaking about being hot, trainer-wise, keep your eyes on Tony Granitz. That stable is certainly firing.
That was crazy.
Just the other day. Yeah, 9 questions under Rodney Prescott, and then it was Jailhouse Justice JJ under Alex Ashar and Dale Gunner. It was Tony Granitz 1, 2, 3. That stable's really been heating up, no pun intended, given the weather, but here at the track.
Yeah, you know, it was a really good day for Tony in that regard, and I can't believe that that was an actual record, but I guess with the rule change, it makes sense that you can now run more than 2. So he went 1, 2, 3. Very excited about that. And you know who else had a really good day yesterday?
The B block.
Mr. B analyst. He did. He had a big day yesterday. He gave out 6 winners in 10 races. So my boys are hot. My boys are firing. Let's see if we can't get the fat bald guy to fire today too.
What you got today for us, B? We've got a couple of quarter horse races at the tail end, but looking forward to hearing Brian Aragoni. He'll join the pre-race show here in just a sec, talking about the 50-cent early pick 5, and of course we also have the 50-cent late fire 5 all season long. Hey, it's a big week, Indiana Derby week. The takeout of the pick 5s remain at the low 11.99%. Social media-wise, love to have you follow us here at the track, and also all of us yesterday. I mean, Belgium. I mean, they waffled Team USA 4-1. They were never in contention. Team USA. It was, kids. It was like, Houston playing me.
It's like Houston playing.
You can follow Racing
I don't know.
Rachel
I think Houston can
Racing
take you.
Yeah, I couldn't catch up to him in his car yesterday with Ray. Martha Clausen on X. Looking forward to hearing Martha later today talking about. Surely Martha's going to talk about Tatcha Secret and Mr. Michael as they threw it down in the Bradford Stakes. That's my $100 best bet of the day. Martha talking about that recap, and rightfully so. And Brian Aragoni still, look at that smile. I mean, you go 6 for 10. You got a big
6
smile
for 10,
there
big
on your
smile.
X account at Mr. B Analyst, and TrackWise on socials, not only on X but Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, as so many of the tens and thousands of you already have this year. A lot of signups in 2026. Of course, nothing better than getting home after an 11-race card, opening up a cold one, and checking out the dark and seeing what the track condition looks like during Indiana Derby week.
Yes, exactly. Please follow us on YouTube. It's really a great way to keep up to date with the races.
Well, not Rachel and I, but the track.
Yeah, the track.
Yeah. 30 minutes away from the first of the day. Quick commercial break here on this Tuesday Indiana Derby Week edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. We talked about Brian yesterday. 6 winners. He's about to cover the 50-cent early pick 5 sequence. We know it as the B block. For us, we're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to day 2 of 6 days straight here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, all culminating with the Graded Stakes Indiana Derby. We've got the Indiana Oaks, the Indiana Derby. Post positions are now out. Very exciting week of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And speaking of excitement, we're on a firm turf course and a fast main track. Always a good sign on a Tuesday afternoon here at Horseshoe Indy with 11 races, 10 thoroughbreds. If you're looking for that late flyer 5, won't begin until race number 6 today. Awesome card. We've got some big fields. I think that late flyer 5 poses significant challenges and potentially some big payouts. We've seen big payouts for many months now. In fact, almost each and every pick 4 and pick 5 are paying very, very well, and that will happen when you do take advantage of some of the lowest takeout in the entire country, 15% takeout in those rolling daily doubles, and pick 3s, pick 4s, and then pick 5s, 11.99% takeout, the lowest takeout in the country today. Let's take a look at how I navigated through these first 5 races. I did go 3 deep in the opener. I do think Air Charger, who's chilly on the board, is probably the horse to beat in here. I actually like Air Charger a fair amount at 6-1. Michelle Elliott, she's been a little bit chilly, her and her team, but they did get a win here recently last week, and they look to pick up that momentum this season with Air Charger. This will be the second time going out for their barn after they took over from Thomas Medina. I think this horse on Class Relief alone, first start of the year, did take the 4-year-old some time to ultimately get back to the races since last season, but they're in a good spot in here with the Class Relief. Toys Troubled Hero, your current favorite, a horse that I'm just not convinced truly wants to win, was the beaten favorite at 4-5 last time, faces a very similar group today. Didn't really have much excuses against Fervent Prayer in a wire-to-wire winner that day. Just kind of Toys Troubled Hero looked like a winner, tracked very nicely, was in a perfect spot, just didn't have much dig when the real running started, and Fervent Prayer kept on going. 2, 3, and 5 for me as we kick off the card on a Tuesday at the Shoe. Race 2, scratch numbers 5 and 7, Tumbleweed Queen and Rising Creek are out of this event. Here's where the single will come. Sang, Amir Mendoza, General Garcia. Mendoza had a couple of wins yesterday. Southwest Racing Stables owns and trains this 5-year-old mare who's breaking one of my rules. This is one of my rules that I'm adamant on. We don't bet 5-year-old maidens. We don't play 5-year-old maidens. We unload on 5-year-old maidens regardless of what everything tells you. I'm going against that today, and for no real reason, just trusting that this horse on Class Relief was at the maiden special weight for many, many seasons, running at tougher tracks against tougher animals, Kentucky Downs, Churchill Downs, Keeneland, all over the country at the maiden special weight level. Now should get in with her friends. I think today's the day. They claim for 30. The math makes sense. They're running for 32,000 in here, and if they get claimed for 20,000, it would be a great day for Southwest Racing Stables. Get the win, get the claim, potentially get out on the 5-year-old mare. We'll see if anyone dives in to the claim box. I'm not sure they will, being this one is at 5. One of the main contenders in here against this horse could be a fellow 5-year-old mare, Miss Monroe. Second start here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, did show speed, didn't show much finish last time out. I'm going to single Sang, going against all of my credibility on saying we don't bet 5-year-old maidens, because we are going to single in race number 2 with a 5-year-old maiden, but hopefully today is the day. Race 3, scratch the 5 out of this event, leaves us with a field of 6 set to go to the post. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. We crown another maiden in this race. Hopefully it will come from post positions 2, 3, or 4. West of Lex is going to take a ton of action for John Service. Corrales, turf to dirt in play. Is well spaced as well. Has been given 5 weeks off, making the blinkers come off as well. But a horse who's had numerous opportunities. This daughter of Practical Joke has yet to get the job done. They've tried the equipment. They've tried the turf sprint. We'll see if West of Lex gets the job done. Otherwise, my guess would be they go down to maiden claiming very quickly. Ready Money is potentially a win bet at 5-1. If we can get somewhere around 5-1, Charles Fipke doesn't run all that many horses here. This is his homebred for Dermot Littlefield, a 3-year-old filly by More Than Ready, who had to chase home what could be a very good one, a Juddmonte baby in Lamorna Inn, who kind of ran away and hid. This horse went off at 17-1, ran against the big players. Third place finisher, Contrary Mary, also came back to win as well. Then you've got a first-time starter for Ethan West, and always Alex Ashard going to be aboard, a horse who's been training consistently over on the synthetic over at Turfway Park. This is the first foal for the mare out of Half Tap, and Always Dreaming filly could be any sort in here. Ethan West, another barn who has been a little bit colder than they would like to see, and I expect they will be heating up, and it could start with a first-time starter in Always. 2, 3, and 4 for me in race 3. Race number 4 typically starts today's late Fire 5. Doesn't really start anything except for some very nice rolling pick 3s and daily double opportunities today, because we have 10 thoroughbred races, 1 quarter horse event, a mile and a 16th in here, 8 of them set to go to the gate. We're going to spread out. This is, in my opinion, one of the best betting opportunities of the day. It does present some challenges. My strongest opinion is going to play against Good Civilian. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel, a horse who debuted for Gennaro Garcia, ran away and hid in a maiden special weight event here, then shipped up to the $100,000 Prairie Gold Juvenile at Iowa, and was a perfect 2 for 2. Won at 18-1, then won at 9-1. Nobody really ever expected this horse to be as good as they were, but then somebody saw how good this horse was, and they decided to make a private purchase, Flory Racing Stables. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't look like that private purchase worked out. They did take this animal to the Bachelor $150,000 stakes race over at Oaklawn Park. Ran the best race of the career, at least on Buyer Speed figures, whatever you're looking at, Equibase charts. Ran a huge effort. Unfortunately, didn't pay all that much because they finished 4th in a 7-horse field. A monster effort. They came to Horseshoe Indianapolis, didn't run a step, never a factor, was never involved, was back in with state bred competition, should have ran significantly better than they did that day. And frankly, I was a little bit surprised this horse didn't go off favored off that effort over at Oaklawn Park. Went off at 5-2, not a huge overlay, but not favored either. Now, this is a complete white flag waving, because I'm sure after being 2 for 2, the purchase price was probably significantly higher than $10,000. So today they're probably in for whatever percentage they paid, in for $10,000. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel, a jockey trainer combination I don't play against very often, and I don't recommend you do either. I just see absolutely zero value in Good Civilian today. A horse is going from an allowance, claiming ranks, ran a huge effort, just 2 back, ran a career best first start for the new connections as well. Now first time route, that's not the concern. Cipriano Contreras does do a very nice job first time route. There's no breeding for this animal to handle 2 turns. The average winning distance for Let It On Me, the mare, is 5.5 furlongs. So there's not much in the way of breeding. I think it's more how the condition book played out in a spot. In for $10,000. They could have waited, could have found a protected spot, but they're trying to get a paycheck in here. And with that, they may get a paycheck, but one of us is bound to be unhappy, because if they get a paycheck, I'm out of the early pick 4 and late or early pick 5 as well. And if they don't, we're looking at potentially a decent price in here, because some of the others, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if many of the others in here are all over double-digit odds. So we're going to go as deep as we can. The strongest opinion is truly playing against Good Civilian. If they're dropping in class, they've lost trust from allowance down to $10,000, then I have as a better as well. I'm not going to settle for anywhere near even money on Good Civilian today. Race number 5, we move along. This one does not kick off late fire 5. If you're looking for both the Horseshoe Hat Trick as well as the late fire 5, that's going to begin in race 6. We're on the turf in races 6, 7, and 9 today. 10 thoroughbred races, scratch 2 and 6 out of this 5th race. I'm going to go 1, 3, and 7 in here. This is an intriguing race. This is a very, very good race. I think Really Fancy River is going to take some action, but is going up in class significantly. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Escobar, I try and beat him in the 4th. I am cheering for them in the 5th with a 3-year-old filly who was game as could be last time out. Just kept fighting and digging down deep. The more he asked, the more she gave for Really Fancy River. Now it's a huge jump up in class. Hasn't been seen since May. Taking on like 5-time winner Brittany's Golden Faith, whose best days are behind her, in my opinion. I think Miss Susan B could be an upsetter in here. Burgos, Rogelio Labra, 5-year-old mare who's got 2 wins, 6 second and thirds, has been running very well on the synthetic. My fear would be this horse doesn't handle the dirt, is winless on the dirt, but the numbers on the synthetic kind of jump off the page. And then Low Moon, a horse who's been in very good form both on the dirt and the turf. After starting off the career 0 for 10 at Brian Walt's Low Moon, has figured things out. It's a light bulb angle. Can Rodney Prescott and Brian Waltz, who spells it with an I the right way, get the job done 3 in a row? I think Low Moon can, at potentially a decent price as well. Could be a pure hat trick or a turkey, whatever sport fits your fancy. 17 minutes away from the opener. John G. Dooley, the best in the business, a true wordsmith at his craft, has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He's just a few moments away from taking you through today's limited scratches and changes. As we're on a fast main track and a firm turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby Week. Great to have you with us today. In town, clouds, temperatures in the 80s. Main track fast, turf course firm. Out there on the Caesars course, the turf rail remains set at 36 feet. Fast and firm, 3 of them carded for the Caesars course. Rail at 36 feet if you have your From Gate to Glory track programs near. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. First of 11, top of the card, no changes in the 210. All 6 run, 210 opener starts the 50-cent early pick 5. On to the second race we go. And here in the maiden sprint at 241, scratch 5, Tumbleweed Queen, and the 7, Rising Creek. Scratch from the maiden sprint, the 5 and the number 7. Number 6, Preach to Me Now. A change of jockey to Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada will now partner the 6, Preach to Me Now, in the maiden sprint. Starts the $1 early pick 4 off. In the third, maiden 3-year-old fillies dash. Scratch number 5, Diamond. Number 5, Diamond, has been scratched. In the fourth race, no changes to pass along. Due at 3:43. On to race 5 we go. And here in the mile, scratch 2, Spun Up, and number 6, Fana. With those scratches, There'll be no superfecta wagering featured. No superfecta on the mile. Scratch the 2 and the number 6 from the race card. The 6th of 11. This starts the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 6, 7, 9. Scratch the 3, D-Day Sky, the 6 Personal Jet, and 12 Little Jake was entered as a main track only. Turf Firm, rail remains set at 36 feet. Scratch the blue 3, the 6, and the number 12. In the 7th race, here's a maiden turf mile. Scratch 1, Senor Valentine. The 10, Johnny Ringo. Take out the 12, Thundertaker. Scratch 15, Fun Times Freddy. And scratch 16, Kenwood Street. 13, Play on Words draws in, and the jockey will be Danny Sheehy. Danny Sheehy will partner the 5-race maiden. 13, Play on Words. Note 14, Miko, also draws in. Scratch the 110, 12, 15, and the number 16. In the 8th race, Phillies Mare Sprint, number 3, Bam Band, has been scratched. Scratch the blue 3, Band Band. Following the sprint, 9th race, a maiden turf mile. At 6:18, approximate post. Scratch the also eligibles. 13, Uncle's Little Trophy. 14, Hotline Iris. 15, Haziel. And 16, Moonlight Girl. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through the number 16. All 12 in the body run. 10th race, maiden mile. Race 10, no changes. And race 11, 7:17 schedule finale. Quarter horse dash over the 3:30. Here are no scratches. No scratches at this hour. Reported overweights. 5 HF Just Reno plus 3 pounds. 6 Beach Chicks, 3 over. The 7 GV Little Guy plus 4 pounds. 8 Watch for Estella, 2 pounds over. And the 10 AJK Socorro Cowgirl plus 3 pounds. There a look at the changes on our 11 race card on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. Just as a reminder, Wednesday and Thursday cards, post time here this week at 2:10. Friday, on the eve of the Indiana Derby, and Saturday's big card of the meet, Saturday Indiana Derby Day, Friday and Saturday post times will be from noon Eastern. Horses in the walking ring for the first of 11 on the day. Clouds 80s, main track fast, and once again the turf course. Rated firm, turf rail stays set at 36 feet. First post 10 minutes away. Get your wagers in and make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Starting the card over the mile and a 16th, a field of 6. No program changes in the first of 11 carded. On parade, race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here we start our rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s. First leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. If you're just joining Main Track Fast, turf course firm, turf rail remains set at 36 feet. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Top of the card, all 6 run. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alexander Crispin with Amigo Meister first loaded. Evan Roman with El Sireno. Toys Troubled Hero. Fernando de la Cruz with 30 wins at the meet. El Sireno has joined. Top of the card over the mile and a 16th. Mitchell Merle with Max Neitz. Two of them back of the starting gate. Amir Mendoza with Air Charger. Right now, Toys Troubled Hero, 4-5, the first favorite. Leading up the blue 3, Air Charger. Four to 5 it remains on Toys Troubled Hero, the first favorite, and one more. El Jovero, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., the co-leader. 30 victories here this season. 17-1 on El Jovero. Over the mile and a 16th to start. Toys Troubled Hero, 4-5 favorite. 2-1 Max Neitz and 7-2 Air Charger. 18-1 El Jovero coming up. So stand by. Fast and firm for today's 11 race card here in the Hoosier State. El Jovero. Mitchell Merle has climbed off of Max Neitz while we were waiting for long odds El Jovero. Now backing out 6-5 Max Neitz. El Jovero out to 20-1. Mitchell Merle back on board Max Neitz. Yellow and green halves and a yellow cap here for the mile and a 16 first. And El Jovero fast and firm. 11 races on tap. They're in the gate. Away running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Max Neitz broke well. There's Amigo Meister in the blue cap with an early bid for Alexander Crispin. And Amigo Meister takes charge of the pace as they enter the first turn from Toys Troubled Hero with a white cap. Max Neitz is right off the leader's heels. And in between horses, Air Charger right there in the hunt. They're well grouped. El Sireno guided to an outside path and is pulling hard. And will settle back by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. El Jovero trails here in the Tuesday opener. Amigo Meister, 25.18 for the lead part. And at 15-1, Amigo Meister slows the pace up. It's Amigo Meister who dictates terms to Toys Troubled Hero. For Fernando de la Cruz, staying close to what pace there is, and there's not much. With El Sireno racing on the outside of Max Neitz near the rail for Mitchell Merle. Air Charger remains in a claustrophobic spot between horses. The white dots and the black sleeves of Air Charger. El Jovero trails 6 lengths from top to tail. And it's still Amigo Meister prompted by Toys Troubled Hero. Half mile in 50.26. So now 3 furlongs away. Amigo Meister put to pressure to continue to run on, coming toward the quarter pole as Toys Troubled Hero now has taken the lead. On the outside, El Jovero is picking up at 22-1 as they come past the quarter pole. And here's El Jovero with a sweep. It's El Jovero, upset-minded, runs at Toys Troubled Hero. 3/4 at 1 minute 15.20 seconds. It's Toys Troubled Hero at even money. It's 22-1 on El Jovero, who's second on the outside as they come past the 16th. Max Neitz is third. Air Charger fourth with Fernando. Toys Troubled Hero repels El Jovero's bid. Max Neitz third and Air Charger finish fourth. 147.03 seconds for the first of the day. Unofficial, 5.6235. Toys Troubled Hero and Eva Money. First favorite obliges over 6 El Jovero, 22-1. Second game effort, 3-2 on the 2. Mock Sneaks third, and at 4-1, 3 Air Charger was fourth. In frame, 5.623. Fernando de la Cruz. Back to the top of the meet leaderboard overall. 31st victory here this season. It's Toys Troubled Hero and Eva Money, the first favorite obliges. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 5, Toys Troubled Hero with Fernando de la Cruz. His leading 31st win of the season. Comes here on the Tuesday of Indiana Derby Week. Toys Troubled Hero, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bucaro. Out of the Cat Dreams mare, Jim and Paul's last toy, Randy Klopp trains for Indiana breeder and owner Jerry Anderson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Toys Troubled Hero. Wins the first of 11. It's official. First results in 5-6 exacta paid $42.20. 50-cent trifecta 5-6-2. Returned $36.30. Air Charger was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 5-6-2-3 netted $16.47. In the first of 11, the first favorite won. All 6 ran 147.03. 20 minutes away from race 2. Maiden Sprint, scratch 5, Tumbleweed Queen, and the 7, Rising Creek. Scratch the 5 and the number 7 from the race card. 6, Preach to Me Now. The jockey will be Irving Moncada. Irving Moncada on 6, Preach to Me Now. Race 2 with exacta trifecta superfecta. Maiden Sprint starts, another rolling double, pick 3 and the $1 early pick 4. Once again, main track fast, turf course firm, and that turf rail stays set at 36 feet. Post time, 2:41 in all cases if you can. Throughout Indiana Derby Week, please do try to make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on Toys Troubled Hero. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Mock Sneaks broke well. There's Amigo Meister in the blue cap with an early bid for Alexander Crispin, and Amigo Meister takes charge of the pace as they enter the first turn from Toys Troubled Hero with a white cap. Mock Sneaks is right off the leader's heels, and in between horses, Air Charger right there in the hunt. They're well grouped. El Sierreno got into an outside path and is pulling hard. Will settle back by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. El Jovero trails here in the Tuesday opener. Amigo Meister, 25.18 for the lead part. And at 15-1, Amigo Meister slows the pace up. It's Amigo Meister who dictates terms to Toys Troubled Hero. For Fernando de la Cruz, staying close to what pace there is, and there's not much. With El Sierreno racing on the outside of Mock Sneaks near the rail for Mitchell Merle. Air Charger remains in a claustrophobic spot between horses. The white dots and the black sleeves of Air Charger. El Jovero trails 6 lengths from top to tail. And it's still Amigo Meister, prompted by Toys Troubled Hero. Half mile in 50.26. So now 3 furlongs away. Amigo Meister put to pressure to continue to run on, coming toward the quarter pole as Toys Troubled Hero now has taken the lead. On the outside, El Jovero is picking up at 22-1 as they come past the quarter pole. And here's El Jovero with a sweep. It's El Jovero, upset-minded, runs it Toys Troubled Hero. 3/4 at 1 minute 15.20 seconds. It's Toys Troubled Hero at even money. It's 22-1 on El Hovero, who's second on the outside as they come past the 16th. Mox Nix is third. Air Charger fourth with Fernando. Toys Troubled Hero repels El Hovero's bid. Mox Nix third and Air Charger. Wing running.
Hello, everyone. Day 2 of Derby week. So exciting. You can tell I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But I wanted to show you, Tammy and the interns are across the hall right now. They got the swag, you guys. We got the Indiana Derby shirts. So I'll show you that. It's got the date on it. I always forget which way to lean it. And then in the front, it's just the corner that says Indiana's biggest day of racing. And then we have this hat. I really like the font on these. They're clear and crisp, but still cool. Does that make sense? And then we also got the pin. So yeah, and I showed you guys the backpack the other day. Very excited about some of the swag and just really excited about the day. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait for Saturday. Let's talk about this second race really quickly. The 5 and the 7 are out of this maiden claiming for 20,000, and they're going 6 furlongs on the dirt. This is a race that was perturbing to me. 10 points for vocab today for Rachel. I liked the 7. I had to kind of switch everything around. The 3 Sang is my top selection here, and even money. So I really think that she's the one to beat here. And then after that, it's kind of open, I think. And you can see on the board the way people are betting. You know, it's all very close and kind of flat. So nothing over, 13 to 1. But Sang is Amir Mendoza in the irons, and I've been saying it, and he continues to prove me right. There's rarely a day that goes by that Amir Mendoza does not finish 1, 2, or 3 in a race. He is consistently hitting the board. If he doesn't win, he's right there. He's an aggressive rider, and he's riding really, really well right now. Gennaro Garcia is the trainer. He's coming off of a training double yesterday. He's 18% when his horses are coming off a tightener, too. She looks super ready to go. She's not too much to handle, but she's a handful. And I like to see that. I like to see that action right there. I call it, on her toes. It looks good. She feels good. She's feisty, and you need that kind of spirit in a good racehorse. And she's looking really good, dropping down from 30 to 20. And then we'll go to the 4, Army Chic. This is going to be an interesting race. And, the 3, she should lead the race from the start, obviously. And she's got an early pace rating of 102. That's going to give Army Chic something to run at, I think. Fernando de la Cruz just won the opener. He's looking for a double in this race. Bob Klein is the trainer. This is a 3-year-old filly by Shocker. Army Mule, Quality Road. And she's definitely going to be coming from off the pace. And she's going to have a 102 early pace figure to run at. If she goes like that, I think Army Chic is going to like it. She's going to have something to run at. She's going to drop down from 50 to 30. There's just a lot of plus side for her, especially at 7 to 2. And then I'm going to round it out. This is a little bit of my long shot today. Gucci Gammy interests me a lot. The 1 here. Not only is she's probably going to get, no, she's 3. Not only is she expertly colored. I love that kind of tannish gray color that sometimes they can be. It reminds, like, she's a gray roan, but they have quarter horses that are red roans and blue roans and stuff. Anyways, that's just a obsessive crazy horse girl talking. That wasn't handicapper Rachel. But I love the breeding on this one, to be honest, and I like that she drew the inside. That's pretty much it. She's a filly by Volatile. Violence is one of my favorite sires. And Duplicate is by American Pharaoh, the dam. So just, if you guys haven't done the tour of the sires and the farms in Kentucky, you got to do it. It's really, really fun to see these sires, and then you get to work and you see they're by them, and you can see why they're so flashy or way they move. But this one's also dropping down and has a tightness from 30 to 20, and did run in the last race. Didn't do much, but we'll see what she does today. 3-4-1 for me here in the second race at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go help sort some swag, baby. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. Maiden Fillies Mare Sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch 5, Tumbleweed Queen, and the 7, Rising Creek. Scratch the 5 and the number 7. 6, Preach to Me Now, the jockey, Irving Moncada. Change of jockey there, Irving Moncada. Ride 6, Preach to Me Now. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden Distaff Dash. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Marcelino Pavioza Jr. with Gucci Gami. Now Army Chic would be a double for Fernando de la Cruz. Join Gucci Gami. Sammy Bermudez with Miss Monroe County. Irving Moncada, Preach to Me Now. She was fourth on Churchill debut. Couple them back. Ramir Mendoza with Sang. At 6 furlongs, one more. Joseph Romero on 3-time started CV Holly, the daughter of Tapiture. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. CV Holly quickly engaged by Sang on the red cap, and toward the inside is Gucci Gami with an early push, but it's Sang for Amir Mendoza. Takes her in hand to lead. CV Holly, who now chases the pace. Gucci Gami's running in third by a length and a half. And then Miss Monroe County joined out wide by Preach to Me Now. And a break of 2 more to Army Chic, who's last to the sextet as they make their way into the far turn. And Sang spearheads them at 1-5. 22.49 for the first couple of furlongs. 3 furlongs away for Sang, who's opened up a margin now. 4 lengths clear as they make their way toward the quarter pole from CV Holly, who's running second by 4 more. Gucci Gami, Army Chic in a white cap is on the move. But Sang is 6 lengths ahead as these maiden fillies mares turn for home. Gucci Gami back in fourth. Preach to Me Now and Miss Monroe County at Sang and Amir Mendoza. The half mile, 45.37 seconds. Sang sailing in the final furlong with a wide 10-length margin on Army Chic, who's now second, and CV Holly's a spent force, then Gucci Gami and Miss Monroe County. Sang cruises in. It's Sang, won by 9 lengths from Army Chic. Gucci Gami third, and Miss Monroe County finish fourth. .111.31 after the distaff dash. Unofficial 3-4-1-2. 3 Sang. 1-5 first wide margin. 4 Army Chic. At 7-2 the runner-up in the maiden distaff dash. Number 1 Gucci Gami at 11-1 third. And 2 Miss Monroe County at 26-1 fourth. Amir Mendoza getting on the Tuesday score sheet here of Indiana Derby Week. Another meet win for Gennaro Garcia, Southwest Racing Stables. The Klimt mare off the mark in her 13th career run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 3 Sang. with Amir Mendoza. Sang is a 5-year-old, bay mare by Klimt, and a Caprice song by More Than Ready for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. There's Gennaro. Sang is out to the maiden ranks. 111.31 official. Being 3-4 exacta paid $6 even. 50-cent trifecta, 3-4-1, $4.10. 5 and 3 in the opening double, favorites both, $6.80. Miss Monroe County ran fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, 3-4-1-2, returned $2 and a couple of wheat pennies. 5 and 7 were the non-runners. Favorite first. 6 ran, 111.31 after the running of race 2. Third race next on the Tuesday docket. Scratch from the maiden sprint, the 5 Diamond. Number 5 Diamond has been scratched. Maiden 3-year-old fillies dash features exacted trifecta superfecta double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:12. And they're off. CV Holly quickly engaged by Sang in the red cap, and toward the inside is Gucci Gami with an early push, but it's Sang for Amir Mendoza. Takes her in hand to lead. CV Holly, who now chases the pace. Gucci Gami's running in third by a length and a half. And then Miss Monroe County joined out wide by Preach to Me Now, and a break of 2 more to Army Chic, who's last to the sextet as they make their way into the far turn. And Sang spearheads them at 1-5. 22.49 for the first couple of furlongs. 3 furlongs away for Sang, who's opened up a margin now. 4 lengths clear as they make their way toward the quarter pole from CV Holly, who's running second by 4 more. Gucci Gami, Army Chic in a white cap is on the move. But Sang is 6 lengths ahead as these maiden fillies mares turn for home. Gucci Gami back in fourth. Preach to Me Now and Miss Monroe County. It's Sang and Amir Mendoza. The half mile, 45.37 seconds. Sang sailing in the final furlong with a wide 10-length margin on Army Chic, who's now second, and CV Holly's a spent force, then Gucci Gami and Miss Monroe County. Sang cruises in. It's Sang, won by 9 lengths from Army Chic. Gucci Gami third, and Miss Monroe County finished fourth. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
We're proud to say that our industry's dedication is making aftercare more accessible than ever.
Every single donation, whether big or small, and every action from volunteering to spreading the word is contributing to a brighter future. It's because of your passion and commitment that thoroughbreds are thriving. But this race is just beginning.
Like the final stretch where every stride counts, your ongoing support drives us forward.
Because of you, we've gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
let's keep going together. Thank you for every step you've helped us with so far.
Every life changed is a shared victory.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Chalky early daily double. We'll see if that trend continues. I suspect once we get a little later into this card with some turf races, some big fields coming up, I don't think that's going to continue all of Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indy. But let's take a look at this field. Now a field of 6 after the scratch of number 5 Diamond out of this 6 furlong event. 3-year-old fillies. All will go into the gate. A maiden, one will return. A maiden, no more. And I am hopeful that comes from second-time starter Ready Money, a Kentucky-bred. Charles Fipke both bred and owns this homebred filly by More Than Ready. Beautiful looking chest, and I know how gorgeous she was on debut. And another thing that was pretty gorgeous, how she ran. She ran lights out at 17-1. She was completely dismissed at the wagering window. Summer Pauly was aboard that day as well. Lamorna in as a Brad Cox trainee for Juddmonte. That was a Munnings filly and absolutely ran away and hid. Was bet heavily that day at 3-2. Your second place runner, Contrary Mary, did come back to get their first victory next out with a 70 buyer speed figure as well. So it looks to be a very live maiden special weight event that this one exits on May 26th. And really chased home a good one. I thought didn't break all that well, and down from the inside was professional in how she handled things. She took dirt. She was in behind horses. She settled nicely. She wasn't rank or anything like that. And she stayed on, and she was actually closing good ground on Lamorna Inn, who has yet to return to the races and find an allowance spot for winners. So I think Ready Money could be looking good today, 5-2, a reasonable price. Despite what that morning line is, I think this is your likely favor when it's all said and done. 5-2 projected by DRF. Their system has this one as low as 8-5 when it's all said and done. But the early money has come in on West of Lex for mainline racing stables. Corrales sees fit to come to get a mount here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for West of Lex. 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke will take the blinkers off. They've tried a little bit of everything with her. They debuted sprinting on the synthetic. Then they tried 2 turns in which she showed speed, didn't show much finish. They finally settled that she was going to be a 1-turn animal. They brought her to the Keeneland spring meet, in which she broke sharp. She broke very quickly, got crossed over on, and was ultimately didn't break quick enough because they did cross over on her. She was off of heels multiple times, and it was a race to, in my opinion, just draw a line through. Even though she broke alertly, she didn't break quick enough. And when those outside runners did come over, she kind of took back, threw her head a little bit, and was not very pleased. She stayed on evenly. She beat 4 horses home and was only beaten by 5 lengths. Then they went over to Churchill Downs, 7 furlongs there, maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Got the lead, but had to duel for it and just didn't show much finish. Since then, she's been given class relief. They tried sprinting on the turf. You can tell they're still trying to figure her out. They put blinkers on the last 2 starts. Now they're going to take the blinkers off. Eventually, she's going to figure it out. I think she's got too much talent not to. This is probably one of the easier fields that she's faced in some time on her preferred surface on the dirt. And we'll see if West Lex can get the job done. Right now, lukewarm favorite at 2-1. The 2 is always a first-time starter in here, 3-year-old filly by Kentucky Derby champion Always Dreaming for Craig Newtwig. Alex Achard going to be aboard for Ethan West. He's done a great job with some of his first-time starters recently, especially here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to see a very nice first-time starter that he won on debut with later on in the card, who's now in a salty allowance group after trying stakes competition following a dominant victory first time out. Achard's winning at 21%. This one's been training consistently on the synthetic over at Turfway Park. 2 back-to-back gate workouts. My guess is only 2. 3's usually a concern. 2 I'm okay with, especially when they're back-to-back. Maybe just wanted to make sure she was okay with it. It was a 47 breezing from the gate, so she might have some gate speed as well. Would have loved to see a 5 furlong workout, but they do debut with Lasix in here. Not much to go off of for breeding purposes. The mare half-tapped. She only had 1 start. Came on the synthetic. She was bet down to favoritism, and she went out for Wesley Ward. This is the first full, so kind of a guessing game when it comes to breeding. But I do know that Ethan West can certainly have a horse ready to rock and roll at first asking. He's not one to really race them into shape. But I'm all about Ready Money here. Charles Fipke, homebred, 3-year-old filly, finally gets away from those Juddmonte babies, those pesky Juddmonte babies for Brad Cox. We're just too much for her to handle, but this is how the parimutuel game shakes out. You get her last time out, she finishes second at 17-1. Today you're not going to get anywhere near that price because the people and the public are onto it. We'll see if she runs as good as she looks on paper. It's Ready Money. The more than ready filly, 5 minutes away from crowning another maiden special weight winner in race 3 on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call postward now for the third race. Maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs. Here a field of 6. Number 5, Diamond, has been scratched. Scratch the 5, Diamond. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Brooke Baines with the Pretty One. Gerardo Corrala is west of Lex, coming up to take her position in the starting gate. West of Lex has joined the Pretty One. Now Alex Ashar, the newcomer, always rented well. Missy's May Baby. Fernando de la Cruz won the opener. 2 fillies back. Summer Pauly with Ready Money. One more, Anna of Austria. Mia Mendoza riding for a double. Favorites Toys, Troubled Hero, and Sang, our first 2 winners. Here's Anna of Austria. All in line. And they're off. West of Lex was smartly away. Ready Money showing early speed to vie. And on the outside is Anna of Austria. Going for an early attack now on West of Lex. And the one taken back was the Pretty One with the rail. So here's Anna of Austria to take the lead outside the half-mile pole for Amir Mendoza and pulls clear to a 2.5 length advantage over West of Lex. It's 3 more to Ready Money, running in third by 3. Then with the rail is the Pretty One, joined on the outside by Missy's May Baby. And with Alex Ashar, the newcomer, always trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.54 seconds, inside 3 to go. Anna of Austria, the leader. 3/4 length to West of Lex, staying close there to the front runner for Gerardo Corrales as they come for home. And Ready Money, let's see, tip to the 3 path by Summer Pauly. Ready Money is picking up. Then Missy's May Baby, the Pretty One, and Always into the stretch half mile, 45.77 seconds. West of Lex with a 2-length buffer zone coming down to the final half furlong from Ready Money, who's been fully stretched. And then Anna of Austria back in third. It's West of Lex. West of Lex has scored the winning run by 4 from Ready Money. Anna of Austria third, and Missy's May Baby finished fourth. .111.64 after the maiden filly sprint. 111.64 the clocking. Unofficial order is 4-3-7-6. First number 4, West of Lex at 4-5. 3, Ready Money at 2-1 second. 7, Anna of Austria, 4-1 third. And 6, Missy's May Baby at 9-1 was fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Here comes a call from the steward's room. And from the stewards, inquiry concerns just after the start of the maiden filly sprint. It's unofficial, 4-3-7-6. Stewards inquiry concerns just after the 6 furlong start. Hold all, unofficial, 4-3-7-6, West of Lex. Gerardo Corrala is for John Service and Mainline Racing Stable. Practical Joke filly, this was her 7th career start, unofficial at 4-5. Inquiry just after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, also, in addition to the steward's inquiry, there have been riders' claims of foul. 2 of them. Brooke Baines on 1, the pretty one, as well as Summer Pauly on 3, Ready Money. The riders of the 1 and the number 3 are claiming foul against Gerardo Corrales on 4, West of Lexa, alleging interference soon after the start. That's the focal point of the inquiry. Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards looking at the start. In addition to their inquiry, again, 2 jockeys' objections lodged. Brooke Baines on 1, the pretty one, Summer Pauly on 3, Ready Money, both claiming foul on Gerardo. No changes will be made to the running order after their inquiry, and 2 claims of foul have been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. They result in the maiden filly sprint will stand pat. After reviewing soon after the start, no changes made to the running order. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 4, West of Lex with Gerardo Corrales. West of Lex is a 3-year-old dark bear bound filly by Practical Joke. Out of Classy Dame by Blame. John Service trains for Lewis P. Bucky's Mainline Racing Stable. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of West of Lex out to the maiden fillies ranks. Result official. The stewards reviewed it. No changes made to the order. 111.64. 4-3 exacta, $8.60. 50-cent trifecta, 4-3-7, $7.55. 3-4 double paid, $7.80. First pick 3 on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. Chalk laden for $3.45. Favorites have swept the first 3 on the card. Missy's May Baby was 4th in the maiden fillies dash. 10-cent superfecta. 4-3-7-6 paid $4.39. 5 was a non-starter. Favorite first, 6 ran. Just 16 minutes away from race 4 of 11 on the day. No changes on the next one. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, post time at 3:45. And they're off. West of Lex was smartly away. Ready Money showing early speed to vie. And on the outside is Anna of Austria going for an early attack now on West of Lex. And the one taken back was the pretty one with the rail. So here's Anna of Austria to take the lead outside the half-mile pole for Amir Mendoza and pulls clear to a 2.5 length advantage over West of Lex. It's 3 more to Ready Money, running a third by 3. Then with the rail is the pretty one, joined on the outside by Missy's May Baby. And with Alex Ashar, the newcomer, always trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter was 22.54 seconds, inside 3 to go. Anna of Austria, the leader. 3/4 length to West of Lex, staying close there to the front runner for Gerardo Corrales as they come for home. And Ready Money, let's see, tip to the 3 path by Summer Poli. Ready Money is picking up. Then Missy's May Baby, the pretty one and always into the stretch half mile, 45.77 seconds. West of Lex with a 2-length buffer zone coming down to the final half furlong from Ready Money, who's been fully stretched. And then Anna of Austria back in third. It's West of Lex. West of Lex has scored the winning run by 4 from Ready Money. Anna of Austria third, and Missy's May Baby finished fourth.
We're 8 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And this is a claiming for 10, and it's kind of interesting because there's a horse in here I like that's never ran at 2 turns. The way that this is going to play out is going to be interesting because there's a lot of dropping down in class, which changes the race. It's all about who you run against, in my opinion. And I'm going to start with the 2 at 2-1 here, and that is Good Civilian. Manny Esquivel, veteran jockey. Don't know if you guys know this, but he is riding here for Uncle Cipriano Contreras. Love Manny, love Sippy, wonderful guys. But let's look at numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. Manny is got a 30% win clip, and Sippy almost does too. It's 29%. And then in the money, he's 52, Manny Esquivel, and Sippy's 45% in the money, you guys. Cipriano Contreras, especially when he has Manny up, is just something that you can't leave out no matter what. Love the connections in here too. This is bred by Don Martin, and Satin Flurry owns this one with Titletown Racing Stable Paul Farr. Wonderful connections, great for horse racing, and this is a 3-year-old gelding by Good Samaritan. They're going to drop this one down from allowance into a claiming for 10, and is going 2 turns for the first time. They also took the blinkers off of this one, and Sippy's 33% when he takes the blinkers back off, which is an interesting stat to me, but not shocking. So we're changing a lot of things here. We're getting major class relief, we're stretching out quite a bit, and also taking the blinkers off. And then I see Tiana in the background, so let's just go ahead and talk about the 7 House of Gold here. 4-1 on the tote board. Ramos is up for Tiana. This one was bred by Jim Edgar and Brandy Steele and is owned by James and Karen Stratum. Now, Tiana has had 3 wins from her last 7 starts. I think actually it's more than that because wasn't I in a win picture? That was last week, and that is counted in this. I was getting the last time I was in the winner's circle picture confused, but this is definitely a good week for Tiana. She also, one of those wins was a premier win with Hot Middles and Hannah. So she's heating up. Ramos heating up. This horse is dropping down from a $15,000 condition claimer to a 10. The last win, claiming for 75, 2 back was by 7 lengths. So you figure this horse fits in and around this class for sure. Another one that I love the connections, and I think she's got nice numbers. Has put up a 70, 71 in this group. I mean, obviously, aside from the 2 who's got really high numbers, that's competitive with the rest of this field. The 8 on the outside, Fervent Prayer. This is that horse that I don't want to say perturbs me, but it's one of those horses that when I pick it doesn't run very well, and then when I don't pick it runs really well. Call that bouncing, call it what you will. This horse is dropping down in class and has early speed. He has super hot jockey Alex Achard aboard for Hot Trainer, who co-owns Tony Granitz. Saturday, Tony broke a track record here by having all 3 of his horses in the race finish 1, 2, 3. You got hot connections in here. This race is pretty tough, but I'm going to go 4, 7, 8 as the jockeys there leg up and horses head to the track. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. This race will be run over the mile and a 16th, a field of 8. No program changes here in the 3:45. All 8 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 2 minutes, 2 post time. 2 minutes now to the off. Less than 1 minute away from post time. It's the 4th of 11 here on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Benny's Day, Fernando de la Cruz won the first of the day. Hadley with Crab Crunch joins Benny's Day. Manny Escobar with Good Civilian taking his position in the starting gate. Mitchell Murrell with Charlie's Little Devil. Marcelino Pantoja Jr., All Bark, No Bite. Winner of his last two. Joe Ramos with House of Gold. Jose Gutierrez Gimmel coming up for the Milanese 16th, and one more. Alex Ajar with Fervent Prayer. Right now, Good Civilian, 9-5 favorite. They're in the gate. And the rough. Benny's Day, Charlie's Little Devil with an early bid. Crab Crunch follows, and on the outside, Fervent Prayer in the green cap as they make their way toward the first turn. With Mitchell Murrell, Charlie's Little Devil just leads. Crab Crunch pressing here in the early stages, and on the outside is Fervent Prayer. Benny's Day holds the rail, and they have just inside 7 furlongs to run. Then comes All Bark, No Bite in a red cap there for Marcelino Pantoja Jr., joined out wide by House of Gold. Gimmel running second to last, and Good Civilian trails. The opening quarter, 23.93 seconds going up the back of the track. And Charlie's Little Devil narrowly leads Crab Crunch, who's right there on the outside for Hanalehi. In the meantime, with Alex Ajar, Fervent Prayer stalks them from third. Benny's Day comes probing up the rail with a bid. All Bark, No Bite is right there in tight quarters between horses. House of Gold is out deep on the track in the blue with the orange sleeves, but making progress now for Joe Ramos with inside a half mile to go. Gimmel remains second to last, and finally Good Civilian. Half mile, 48.80 seconds. They enter the far turn. Charlie's Little Devil has been pressed throughout by Crab Crunch, and Fervent Prayer is now launching this bid as they round the far turn. House of Gold looks to gain in company with Fervent Prayer, who swept ahead coming toward the quarter pole. After leading, Charlie's Little Devil has dropped back. Benny's Day, All Bark, No Bite, and Gimmel, and finally Good Civilian. 3/4, 1 minute 13.96 seconds with Alex Ashar. It's Fervent Prayer going for the final furlong with a 5-length lead on House of Gold, who's lugging in Crab Crunch. Charlie's Little Devil did all the heavy lifting and has dropped back through the field, but coming past the 16th, it's Fervent Prayer. And Fervent Prayer has raced away to best House of Gold by 8 lengths. Crab Crunch holds Benny's Day for third. $146.37 unofficial. 87518 Fervent Prayer. At 5-1 first. Number 7 House of Gold at 9-2 was second. 5 Crab Crunch. 13-1 third, and 1 Benny's Day at 9-2 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. 146.37. Son of Take Charge Indy. Alex Ashar getting on the Tuesday score sheet. We'll be rooting for France in the World Cup quarterfinals on Thursday. Here a win for Tony Granitz at 5-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 8 Fervent Prayer. Alex Ashar puts it in the back of the net. It's Fervent Prayer. Stepping in at 5-1, 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Take Charge Indy. To the Song and a Prayer mare, Casey's Song a Prayer. For Tony Granite's Rado Kelly and Perry Harrison's Horseshoe Racing LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Fervent Prayer. It's official. $8.7 exacta paid $53.60. 50-cent trifecta, $8.75, $123.50. Fervent Prayer caps off a pick 3 on the card. Return $16.35. The West of Lex Fervent Prayer 4-8 double paid an even $26. Benny's Day was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 8.751 paid $81.08. All 8 ran 146.37 after the running of race 4. Race 5 of 11 is 19 minutes away. And the mile, scratch 2 spun up and 6 faina. There's no superfecta wagering featured. Scratch the superfecta, take out the 2 and the number 6. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3, post time 4:14. And the rough. Benny's Day. Charlie's Little Devil with an early bid. Crab Crunch follows, and on the outside, Fervent Prayer in the green cap as they make their way toward the first turn. With Mitchell Murrell, Charlie's Little Devil just leads. Crab Crunch pressing here in the early stages. And on the outside is Fervent Prayer. Benny's Day holds the rail, and they have just inside 7 furlongs to run. Then comes All Bark, No Bite in a red cap there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., joined out wide by House of Gold. Gimel running second to last, and Good Civilian trails. The opening quarter, 23.93 seconds, going up the back of the track. And Charlie's Little Devil narrowly leads Crab Crunch, who's right there on the outside for Hannah Leahy. In the meantime, with Alex Ashar, Fervent Prayer stalks them from third. Benny's Day comes probing up the rail with a bid. All Bark, No Bite is right there in tight quarters between horses. House of Gold is out deep on the track in the blue with the orange sleeves, but making progress now for Joe Ramos with inside a half mile to go. Gimel remains second to last, and finally Good Civilian. Half mile, 48.80 seconds. They enter the far turn. Charlie's Little Devil has been pressed throughout by Crab Crunch, and Fervent Prayer is now launching this bid as they round the far turn. House of Gold looks to gain in company with Fervent Prayer, who swept ahead coming toward the quarter pole. After leading, Charlie's Little Devil has dropped back. Benny's Day, All Bark, No Bite, and Gimel, and finally Good Civilian. 3/4 woman at 13.96 seconds with Alex Ashar. It's Fervent Prayer going for the final furlong with a 5-length lead on House of Gold, who's lugging in Crab Crunch. Charlie's Little Devil did all the heavy lifting and has dropped back through the field, but coming past the 16th, it's Fervent Prayer. And Fervent Prayer has raced away to best House of Gold by 8 lengths. Crab Crunch holds Benny's Day for third. From the 4th race, claim the 2 Good Civilian. There were 2 claims for Good Civilian for $10,000. Claimed over to new owner Oscar Hernandez Ornelas. Trainer Amara Kranz claimed away Good Civilian for $10K. There was a claim in for 6 All Bark, No Bite for $10,000. All Bark, No Bite over to new owner Connie Black. Trainer Raul de la Mora claimed All Bark, No Bite.
Welcome back to the paddock here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, just a couple of minutes away from kicking off our race 5, because the late Fire 5 actually begins in race 6 today. We've got 10 thoroughbreds on an excellent week of racing here. We race Saturday. We race Monday through Saturday. Again, Saturday, the Indiana Derby. Certainly an awesome week of racing. We've got some big fields. We've got a ton of horse racing opportunities, a ton of races. Just overall, we've even got a quarter horse for race 11 today. So John G. Dooley is going to earn his paycheck certainly this week with 6 straight days of great race calls. Let's take a look at this field. Do scratch numbers 2 and 6 out of this event. Certainly changed the complexion of this 1 mile endeavor in here for 3-year-old fillies. Allowance competition running for an awesome purse too, just under $50,000. Rolling pick threes, daily doubles, exactas, and trifectas, all available for your pleasure. I'm going to try a horse on a 2-race winning streak for Brian Waltz. Now, Brian Waltz has certainly figured some things out. Now, he was never terrible by any means. Over the past 5 years, he wins at 12%. Past 5 months, bump that up to 15%. But this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis, him and his team are having themselves a banner meet, winning at 40%. They've been in the money 70%. It is a limited sample size, so let's not go too crazy, only making start number 11. But part of that winning streak and all that success is because of this animal, Low Moon. After starting off the career 0 for 10, the light bulb angle has commenced, and boy, when it did turn on, it turned on rapidly. This horse won easily at 5-2, in which the second place runner, Shara Mia, did come back to exit that defeat with a victory and got the elusive maiden breaking score after really being a clear second choice behind Low Moon, who when they got the maiden breaking score, they did face off turf. Didn't have a ton of competition. It was only a field of 4, but never looked like a loser. So then there was a ton of question marks last time out. When they're trying the turf for the first time, they're trying winners for the first time. The bettors weren't really signed on. This horse went off at 11-1, sat in the back of the pack, and when Rodney Prescott said go, she started to go. She started to run, and she finished with a flurry, getting just up at the final jump of the wire, winning at 11-1. She's won 2 in a row. She's won on both the dirt and the turf. I think she looks good to win 3 in a row. She certainly figured something out. They haven't really changed anything from an equipment-wise perspective that I can tell. They did try running on the lead over at Belterra last season as a 3-year-old. She's really shown the ability to close and relax. That's a key in here. But with that, when she's a little bit pace-dependent, she might be a little bit pace-dependent. It's a 5-horse field. Are we going to get fractions that set it up for Low Moon? That's the big question mark in here. But one thing I do know is a veteran rider like Rodney Prescott, who's winning at 20% midway through the summer, is hitting on all cylinders, and I think this one stands a big chance in here. But the main competitor, in my opinion, is Miss Susan B. Rogelio Labra, Alberto Burgos. Juan de la Cruz owns this one. This 5-year-old mare is a little bit camera shy. She does have those nice Cheater Cup red blinkers on today, but she's got 12 second and third place finishes. Any success today, a win, would put her over $200,000 in career earnings. The problem is she's 0 for 10 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's done more than pay her way. In fact, she's hit the board 7 of 10 at tries. She's recently been in very good form on the synthetic this winter. She had a awesome meet on the synthetic. In fact, she was 5 for 9 in the exacta, banked over $100,000 on the synthetic. So she certainly has an affinity for the synthetic. The dirt is a little bit of an unknown. She's winless on the dirt, but she brings in some career best form. Her and Burgos got acquainted this winter. They come in off of a second. Before that, a very easy first place finish, beating home a field of 10. Another one who likes to be kind of a one-run closer, and not super deep by any means, may sit in that second flight in this smallish field, but is pace dependent. I don't see this one going to the lead. We'll see if Miss Susan B. can do something in start number 27 she has yet to do in her career, and that is win on the dirt. She's currently favored at 9-5, but an easy transition is really Fancy River. Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel, they're the beaten favorite last time out in race 4 at 9-5. Never really got into it. Really, Fancy River is going to be the exact opposite. Looks like Lone Speed on paper. And while the favorite didn't have much fight in race 4, Really Fancy River is quite the opposite. This horse is as game as they come, loves a battle, tried 2 turns last time, tried Horseshoe Indianapolis for the first time last time, and found herself in a fight with Quality View, dueled all the way around. They somewhat made it a match race. They were well clear of the rest of that field and just was determined to win. Now, the waters do get deeper. You're taking on horses that have won multiple races. But she's got a advantage in here. She's going to have the lead. She looks like she's going to have the lead clear, and she's going to be the one to catch, and she is down for a fight. So if somebody comes with their A game, you best not bring any jabs to this 3-year-old filly, because Really Fancy River, she will battle it out. She will keep digging, and she will keep finding, and you're assured Manny Esquivel is going to give this one her best chance. A 3-year-old filly taking on older, but she does have a pace advantage over some of the other foes in here. Really Fancy River. We'll see if Low Moon and Brian Waltz with an I can bring home 3 wins in a row for Low Moon. She's gone up in class, but she's passed all tests. We'll see if she can do it again 4 minutes away from the 5th at the shoe.
The horses call posted now for the 5th race. Stepping onto the track for the mile. 5 of them run. Scratch 2 spun up, and the 6 Fana. There's no superfecta wagering featured now on the mile. No superfecta. Scratch 2 and 6. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3 with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time for the Phillies Mares Mile. Scratch the 2 and 6 from the race card. Fast and firm, under a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Low Moon. Laban filly, she's won 2 in a row. Alberto Burgos with Miss Susan B. Constitution Mare joins Low Moon, loading here at the mile. Now Santo Sanjo with Clay Basket, taking her position of the starting gate at 9-1 on Clay Basket. Irving Moncada with Brittany's Golden Faith. 5-time winner. One more for the mile. Manny Escobar with Really Fancy River. Low Moon into 8-5 favorite. They're in the gate. They're off. Brittany's Golden Faith was last away. Miss Susan B. Straight out toward the lead for Alberto Burgos. It's Miss Susan B. to take charge early as they enter the first turn from Really Fancy River in the black cap toward the inside. Clay Basket is running a third at the 6.5. Then slow starting Brittany's Golden Faith just relegated Low Moon to last. The leader is Miss Susan B. The Dover Constitution, Miss Susan B. Solo going up the back of the track. The opening quarter was 24.39 seconds. Alberto Burgos and Miss Susan B. leads here by 3. Manny Escobar with Really Fancy River keeping tabs on the front runner. Rodney Prescott and Low Moon in a white cap, racing wide but now up into third. Clay Basket holds the rail for Santo Sanjor and under the hands of Irving Moncada. Brittany's Golden Faith is last of the 5, the half mile as they enter the far turn for Miss Susan B. Clocked 48.65 seconds. Miss Susan B. still leads the mile, 3 furlongs away. Miss Susan B. by 2. Really Fancy River trying to narrow the margin. Low Moon steady headway in the 3 path. And here's Low Moon, who's picking up now. Clay Basket toward the inside will straighten away in 4th. Miss Susan B. on a shrinking margin past the quarter pole. And finally, Brittany's Golden Faith. These fillies mares come for home. 3/4, 1 minute 13.22 seconds, trying to swallow up Miss Susan B. Low Moon charging for Rodney Prescott just ahead. Nearest the inside, Miss Susan B. is not going down without a fight. Then Clay Basket and Really Fancy River with Rodney Prescott. Low Moon on the rise to win 3 in a row. Beats Miss Susan B. by 3. Really Fancy River finished third. 138.65. 1374. There was no superfecta featured on the mile. 1 Low Moon. 3 to 5 first. 3 Miss Susan B. 9 to 2 second, and a good effort. Tracked down by Low Moon. 7 Really Fancy River third, and Clay Basket, Brittany's Golden Faith. 5 face starter Oscar Kilos. Favorite takes it out for 3 in a row. Low Moon, Rodney Prescott for Brian Waltz in the mile. It's unofficial. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged. Manny Esquivel on 7 Really Fancy River, the unofficial third. The rider number 7 has claimed foul against Alberto Burgos on the blue 3. Miss Susan B. Ledging interference at the top of the stretch of the Phillies Mares Mile. This is a jockey's objection. Manny Esquivel on 7 Really Fancy River claims foul against Alberto Burgos on Miss Susan B. Ledging interference in the home run. Making a hat trick of wins for Low Moon onto the hands of Rodney Prescott. 1 Low Moon in the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner's Circle, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Lauban. And a V Moon by Malibu Moon. Brian Waltz trains for Jonathan Davis, the winner bred in Kentucky by Miller Farm Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Low Moon on the rise to win 3 in a row. No change made to the running order. The jockey's objection alleging interference at the top of the lane has been disallowed by the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards. After reviewing it, no change made. Result official. The 1-3 exacta paid $14. Really Fancy River was third. 50-cent trifecta, $1,379.50. There was no superfecta featured. 8-1 double, $32. Early pick 4, $64.90. Pick 3 capped off by Low Moon, $19.45. And the 50-cent early pick 5 paid $77.25. 2 and 6 were non-runners. And the distaff mile favored first. 5 ran, 138.85. 18 minutes away from race 6. The first of those on the turf course firm. Turf rail is set at 36 feet. Portable rail up at 36 feet. Scratch 3 D-Day Sky, 6 Personal Jet, and take out the 12 Little Jake. Scratch 3-6 and the number 12. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here the 10-cent pentafecta featured. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent late fire 5. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Races 6, 7, 9. The $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Post time will be at 4:45. They're off. Brittany's Golden Faith was last away. Miss Susan B. Straight out toward the lead for Alberto Burgos. It's Miss Susan B. to take charge early as they enter the first turn from Really Fancy River. In the black cap toward the inside. Clay Basket is running a third at the 6.5. Then slow starting Brittany's Golden Faith just relegated Low Moon to last. The leader is Miss Susan B. The Dover Constitution, Miss Susan B. Solo going up the back of the track. The opening quarter was 24.39 seconds. Alberto Burgos and Miss Susan B. leads here by 3. Manny Esquivel with Really Fancy River keeping tabs on the front runner. Rodney Prescott and Low Moon in a white cap racing wide but now up into third. Clay Basket holds the rail for Santos Sanjor and under the hands of Irving Moncada. Brittany's Golden Faith is last of the 5, the half mile as they enter the far turn for Miss Susan B. Clocked 48.65 seconds. Miss Susan B. still leads the mile. 3 furlongs away. Miss Susan B. by 2. Really Fancy River trying to narrow the margin. Low Moon steady headway in the 3 path. And here's Low Moon, who's picking up now. Clay Basket toward the inside will straighten away in 4th. Miss Susan B. on a shrinking margin past the quarter pole. And finally, Brittany's Golden Faith. These fillies mares come for home. 3/4, 1 minute 13.22 seconds, trying to swallow up Miss Susan B. Low Moon charging for Rodney Prescott just ahead. Nearest the inside, Miss Susan B. is not going down without a fight. Then Clay Basket and Really Fancy River with Rodney Prescott. Low Moon on the rise to win 3 in a row. Beats Miss Susan B. by 3. Really Fancy River finished third.
3 in a row for Brian Waltz, Rodney Prescott. They've made a good team this season. Congratulations to Prescott, winning it over 20%. Brian Waltz gets 3 wins in a row. 2 on the dirt, 1 on the turf for Low Moon. May have taken 10 starts to figure things out, but it certainly figured things out in what was a paceless race, just much the best in there. So congratulations to the connections of Low Moon, who was hammered down to a skinny $3.20 return when it was all said and done. If you had that early pick 5, certainly congratulations, $77 return for 50 cents. We begin anew with another pick 5 in here. Late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout each and every day. And we also kick off today's 15% horseshoe hat trick. We've got some great fields on the turf. We're going to be on the turf races 6, 7, and 9. The skies are bright and blue, and we have clear skies ahead. Fast and Firm with a rail setting out at 36 feet. Going to get as much use as we can with the rail setting out at 36 feet before moving it inward with some very nice stakes and handicaps coming up later on in the week. Mile to 16th in here for $20,000 claimers. I'm going to look to the outside runners in here. Franz Joseph Troy Wismer sends this 8-year-old out looking for win number 8 in start number 44. A little light in the win category recently. Was 1 win in 2025 from 7 starts. So far this year, only 1 start to the name after Troy took over from Glenn Wismer for Novagrass Racing Stables, silks that I am very familiar with from my days back at Canterbury Park. Showed speed, didn't show much finish, but was well clear of the rest of that field, and BB Prince came back to run well out of that race indeed for the 2026 seasonal debut back on June 26. Comes back on a little bit of a short rest, but has a pace advantage in here. And with how hot it's been and not all that much rain, we did have some storms come through earlier last week. However, it's very hot, and in the middle of the summer, I usually want to be on the lead, especially on our turf course. I think Anton Georgi can certainly slow him down in here, and I think Franz Joseph is the one to catch to cash. Currently getting bet to 9-2 morning line, currently 3-1 is your clear second choice. But right to the outside is going to be Money War. Gonzalez having himself a frustrating meet. 1 win from 29 starts, does have 7 second and third place finishes. Santos Sanger is not having a frustrating meet. He's winning at an elite rate, nearly 20%. He's done very well. Many of those 18 victories that he has to his name have all come on, or not all, but many of them have come on the turf course. He's done very well on the turf, and in fact, he is a photo finish away from having another turf winner with this horse, Money War, on June 6th. Showed speed, was headed early on, was in a wicked duel, just could not get the nose down at the right time and had to give way to Professor Higgins late in that race. But, man, it was a wild race back on June 6th. There was about 3 or 4 horses that all could have won. Took a ton of racing action or betting action as well. Was the favorite, but it was in very lukewarm fashion at 2-1. 3-1 morning line, currently chilly right now, 8-1. I don't expect that to stay around. If you're looking at those DRF projections, they do have this horse somewhere around 7-2 as well. Can go to the lead, doesn't need the lead, but should be forwardly placed, especially breaking from post position number 11. I think will be stronger today. Second time around 2 turns. Last race was the first time around 2 turns. Today, Money War gets to go around 2 turns yet again. Well spaced as well, about a month off for Money War in here. But after playing a couple of outside runners, why not try the inside runner with Born Flashy? Tracy Wisner, Mitch Merle in here for Spieth Racing, a 5-year-old by DeMarchier. 2 wins from 18 starts. Both of those victories did come on the turf. Has one of those wins locally here as well. And I'm just ultimately banking that that June 6th race was live, because I do have pretty much everyone out of that June 6th race in the mix. Now, that final time did come back pretty quick, 134.12, especially for 12,500 claimers. So Born Flashy is going to be in that mix. And as you can see, the way I structured my ticket today, I think the June 6th race was live. I think anyone could have won. I thought there was a couple of bad trips in there as well. So we're going to spread out in this opening race to kick off the horseshoe hat trick and go 6 deep using 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 11. I do have a single that I'd like to touch base on, a maiden claiming single, which I don't do very often, especially on the turf course, but I happen to fancy this horse a lot. How about Quiet Mischief? Get the red-hot Rodney Prescott aboard for Dennis Park, Andrew McKeever, second time on the turf, second time at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a horse that closed at 18-1 last time, now gets some pace to chase. I think Quiet Mischief is a sneaky single at 6-1 as it's turf time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And with that, we kick off the Horseshoe hat trick as well as the late Fire 5 ultra low takeout. You can't win it if you're not in it, so start capping.
The horses call posted now for the 6th race. This race will be run on the turf course over the mile and a 16th. Course firm, turf rail of 36 feet, a field of 9. Scratch number 3, D-Day Sky, 6 Personal Jet, and the main track only entered 12 Little Jake. Firm, scratch 3, 6, and 12 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta featured. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent Late Fire 5. First leg this of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 6, 7, and 9. All Turf Pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes now to the off. Crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This will start the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Races 6, 7, and 9. Course firm rail of 36 feet. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Loading Mitchell Morrow with Born Flashy. Irving Moncada with Great Sword. Alberto Burgos, Happy Happy Day joins them. Evan Roman with Pappy's Revenge. Explosively would be a double for Rodney Prescott on the card. Danny Sheehy partners Vaccinator. Farrell's Joy, Alex Ashar has a win. 2 back. William Anton George III with Franz Joseph. Here over the Milani 16th and one more. Sando Sanjor with Money War. Course firm. Turf rail at 36 feet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them in a nice line out. Here's Pappy's Revenge with Franz Joseph. Toward the inside is Born Flashy, who holds the running rail as they make their way past the awning. It's Franz Joseph to the early lead for William Anton George III. Sando Sanjor has Money War right there with Franz Joseph out to the stretch. They've come 3 clear from Born Flashy in third with 6 furlongs to run. Pappy's Revenge is running in 4th. Happy Happy Day. Royal Blue with the orange sleeves and cap next in 5th as these leaders go to the back of the course. Great Sword from Explosively Vaccinator, and Farrell's Joy has dropped back to last. The quarter 23.07 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. And it's Franz Joseph. Franz Joseph dictates the field from Money War staying close. 2.5 lengths back to Born Flashy, who's a ground-saving third for Mitchell Morrow by 3/4 length. Pappy's Revenge next in 4th. Happy Happy Day with the rail. On the outside, Great Sword is racing some 8 from the front as they enter the far turn. And then Vaccinator explosively leads 1. That's still Farrell's Joy, 9th and last. Half mile, 46.66. Franz Joseph, the favorite, led. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Franz Joseph still being pursued by Money War, who's right there close up after 3/4. In 1 minute 10.47 seconds, Born Flashy, Great Sword wide around Pappy's Revenge. They've made the swing, and it's Franz Joseph with William Anton George III. Franz Joseph has kicked away to a 3-length advantage from Money War deep in the final furlong. Happy Happy Day is staying on, but Franz Joseph is in the shadow of the wire. Franz Joseph with enough left in the tank to win it by 1.5 lengths from Happy Happy Day. Explosively third and was nearest at the finish from Money War 4th, and Great Sword was next. $140.57. First one on the turf today. 140.57 firm, 36 feet, that portable rail, 10-2, and then a photo. 10 Franz Joseph, 9-5 first from 2 Happy Happy Day. The Argentine bred at 3-1 was the runner-up to Franz Joseph, making virtually every yard. Explosively from Money War, 3rd and 4th. Great Sword is 5th. Born Flashy saved ground, but to no avail in 6th. Pappy's Revenge, 7th and flattened. Vaccinator and Farrell's Joy really never picked up. 140.57. So Franz Joseph favorite takes it outside of Masawish. William Anton George III for Troy Wisner. Novodogonots Racing Stables. It's Franz Joseph at 9-5 home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 10, Franz Joseph. Making every yard a winning one under the hands of William Anton Georgi III. Franz Joseph is an 8-year-old. Dark Mayor Brown gelding by Masawish. The Ghazi mare, Silent Emotion, the now 8-time winner, is trained by Troy Wismer for Novogratz Racing Stables Incorporated of Joseph F. Novogratz. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Franz Joseph. It's official. $10-2 exacta paid $23.40. 10-cent Pentafecta. Great Sword was 5th. 10-2, 4-11, 7 Penta paid $154.43. Pick 3, $20.90. 50-cent Trifecta, 10-2, 4, $45.65. 110 double paid $14.80, and the 10-cent Superfecta, 10-2, 4, 11, $27.87. And our first turf win of the day, the 3, 6, and the 12 were the non-runners. Favorite first, 9 ran, 140.57 after the running of race 6. Race 7 of 11 is 21 minutes away. 7th race made in Turf Mile. Scratch 1, Senor Valentine. Take out the 10, Johnny Ringo. Scratch the 12, Thunder Taker. 15, Fun Times Freddy. And scratch the 16, Kenwood Street. 13, Play on Words draws in. Will be partnered by Danny Sheehy on the 5-race maiden. Danny Sheehy rides the number 13, Play on Words. Note 14, Miko draws in and will debut. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3, starts at the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Post time, 5:16. And they're off. Starter Oscar Quiroz caught them in a nice line out. Here's Pappy's Revenge with Franz Joseph. Toward the inside is Born Flashy, who holds the running rail as they make their way past the awning. It's Franz Joseph to the early lead for William Anton Georgi III. Sando Sanjor has Money War right there with Franz Joseph out to the stretch. They've come 3 clear from Born Flashy in 3rd with 6 furlongs to run. Pappy's Revenge is running in 4th. Happy Day. Royal Blue with the orange sleeves and cap next in 5th as these leaders go to the back of the course. Great Sword from Explosively Vaccinator, and Farrell's Joy has dropped back to last. The quarter 23.07 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole. And it's Franz Joseph. Franz Joseph dictates the field from Money War staying close. 2.5 lengths back to Born Flashy, who's a ground-saving 3rd for Mitchell Murrow by 3/4 length. Pappy's Revenge next in 4th. Happy Day with the rail. On the outside, Great Sword is racing some 8 from the front as they enter the far turn. And then Vaccinator explosively leads 1. That's still Farrell's Joy, 9th and last. Half mile, 46.66. Franz Joseph, the favorite, led. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Franz Joseph still being pursued by Money War, who's right there close up after 3/4. In 1 minute 10.47 seconds, Born Flashy, Great Sword wide around Pappy's Revenge. They've made the swing, and it's Franz Joseph. With William Anton Georgi III, Franz Joseph has kicked away to a 3-length advantage from Money War deep in the final furlong. Happy Day is staying on, but Franz Joseph is in the shadow of the wire. Franz Joseph with enough left in the tank to win it by a length and a half from Happy Day, explosively 3rd and was nearest at the finish.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the $1 Itoba Pick 4 at Horseshoe, Indiana. I got my swag hat on. I got my swag pullover back there that I got last time when I went up there, and I'll be wearing on Friday when I'm there again. What a great week, Indiana Derby week. Let's jump right in. This Pick 4, first of all, it doesn't start till 5:15 tonight, so even if you're working, you got no excuses. Let's jump in. We've got a spread race, another spread race, another spread race, and we're going to play to get to the single. That's the way we're going to play it. So, in the first leg, it's a really tough turf race. Bon Temps is probably going to be the favorite on the inside for Cipriani. Man, he's hot. I love betting on him. Benja for Dela Cruz. The 3 is the top pick at 6-1. But we're going to take the 2, 3, 8, 9, 11, and the 13 that just drew in a few minutes ago. So, we get on to the 8th race. I think we can zero this dirt sprint down to 3 horses. Filly named Bruz on the inside for Ethan West. You know, the horse ran huge first time out in the slop, came back, didn't run so well, but hey, that was a really tough race. This is a drop, should run much better, may go straight to the lead, but there's other speed in here. So that's why I wanted to take the 6, Starry Eyed Justice, who's going to come from off of it. An Indiana Smoke Show on the outside with Meeks for Randy Klopp should be able to sit that perfect tractable trip. It's not tactical, analysts around the country. It's tractable. That's the proper word. Thank you very much. I get sick of hearing that on television. Anyway, we get to the 9th race, another really tough turf race. Man, I love these turf races at Indy. I just love them. We're going to go with the 1 Captured at 5-1, the 2 Cloudless, the 4 Pink Pitcher, the 5 Lexi's Lunar Rock. I am really hoping for a good price there, 8-1. Only run 1 time. I really believe this horse is going to thrive on the grass. Only got to be 4 lengths on the dirt in her first start. And then we're also going to take Once More, who probably end up be the favorite. So we've got several prices in all 3 legs coming in to our single, because our single is not going to be a price. We just got to deal with it. But Cromwell, boy, I got a love-hate relationship with this colt. I heard how much they liked him back in 2024. He just missed at 4-1, almost got me a boatload of money. Well, then just keeps coming back and running seconds and thirds and fourths and just can't break through at the top level. So instead of dropping him to the maiden claimer and risk losing him, Belladonna Racing made the smart decision to come to Indy, get a little bit less competition, bring the shortstop Concepcion into ride for Cherie DeVoe. I think this horse just towers over this field. I will be shocked if he gets beat today, but man, he's found ways to lose before, and I know it's frustrating. So anybody out there that does not want to single this horse, Cherie's got another one in there for Mount Vernon with the Biscuit, has a chance. And then the first-time starter for Brad Cox. Final thoughts. You know, Brad doesn't send his top ones to Indy for first-timers. He sends them to Ellis or Saratoga. So I'm passing there, but if you want to take, I get it. I'm singling Cromwell. If you want to add the other Cherie, that's on you. But we're at $90. I am Dan Cronin, FBG Dan Cronin with the $1 Itoba Pick 4. And we are going to be screaming, shortstop, don't fall off.
The horses stepping onto the track now for race 7. Here are maiden turf mile, a field of 11. Scratch 1, Senor Valentine. Take out the 10, Johnny Ringo. Scratch 12, Thundertaker. 15, Fun Times Freddy. And 16, Kenwood Street. 13, Play on Words, the rider Danny Sheehy on 13, Play on Words. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured here. Double Pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Course is firm, turf rail of 36 feet. Fast main track if wagering on the late pick 4 starts here in 2 minutes time. Ladies and gentlemen, for information of the 10th race, late program correction just in. The 10th race is the last leg of the $1 early late pick 4 starting here. 10th race maiden mile, 6 Rapid Ascent. War Blinkers last time out went on Churchill debut. Blinkers in the 10th race for 6 Rapid Ascent. Program correction. Blinkered on Churchill debut. Blinkered today will be 6 Rapid Ascent in race 10. for the second time here today, crossing over to the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Manny Escobar with Bon Temps first in, joined by Force Multiplier Alex Ashar on the Tuesday score sheet. Fernando de la Cruz with Your Benja. Santos Sancho partner Zune Rider. Mitchell Merrill with Condrite. $25-1 on Condrite, taking his position in the starting gate here for this maiden mile. Course firm around 36 feet on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. Condrite. In the meantime, Quiet Mischief went in okay. Rodney Prescott has a win on the card. Bon Temps 3-2 favorite. Manny Escobar for Cipriano Contreras. Condrite reluctant to load is now out to 26-1 odds. Starter here this season, Oscar Quiros and crew working with Condrite. Still on the drift out to 28-1. A couple of starts under the girth of the son of Curlin for Condrite. Now Condrite's gone all in. Quiet Mischief in the meantime is standing well. Joe Ramos with Lunaticus. Danny Sheehy partners Play on Words. Alberto Burgos with Mahmoud's Cloud. Over the mile, one more. Evan Roman and the newcomer, Miko. All in line. And they're off. Force Multiplier was a bit slow to go. Toward the inside, Bon Temps. All way well, along with Lunaticus. Nearest the inside is Condrite in the red cap, who was reluctant to load. Takes back to settle as Condrite. Coming up on the outside, Zune Raider, and farther out is Play on Words. They make their way into the first turn, and it's Bon Temps, who leads toward the inside for Manny Escobar, 6 furlongs to go. Right there is Lunaticus with Bon Temps, who leads them to the back of the course. Your bench is a ground-saving third from the gray Zune Raider, who's next in fourth. Condrite in fifth. With on the outside, Play on Words in sixth position, making its backstretch run. Working for the glory is saving ground with the rail at 36 feet. In the meantime, Quiet Mischief taking a wider angle of attack as they go past the half mile. Then further back is Mahmoud's Cloud, along with the newcomer Miko, and the one well back after a slow start. Force Multiplier trails in 11th. Quarter was 22.70, 47.96 for the middle part. They make their way into the far turn. It's Bon Temps. Bon Temps doing this nicely out in front. In the meantime, Joe Ramos and Lunaticus right there with a bid. It's still Bon Temps with inside 3 furlongs to go. And Zune Raider making 3-path progress on this firm course coming toward the quarter pole. Quiet Mischief is 4 deep as they close ranks coming past the quarter pole. Then toward the inside, Your Benja with Play on Words and behind horses. These maidens have turned for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.27 seconds. Bon Temps clings on to this advantage. 1 furlong to go. Quiet Mischief is coming with a long run, but Bon Temps is finding under pressure for Manny Escobar. Is Bon Temps close to home, and Bon Temps wins by a half length to Quiet Mischief. Then working for Glory, who joined Your Benja at the finish. Zune Raider was next, and they were clear by a mile. 135.52 for the maiden turf mile. 135.52. 2, number 11, and then a photo for third, 2, Bon Temps. 4 to 5, all the way winner. Holds 11, Quiet Mischief. 7 to 2 seconds in a game effort. Couldn't reel Bon Temps in with Manny Escobar for Cipriano Contreras. Your Benja in a photo for third with Working for Glory. That's a photograph between Working for Glory and Your Benja. Zune Raider. Then we trailed back. 135.52. All the way winner by Bravazzo for Contreras Stable. Bon Temps at 4 to 5. Wire to wire. The judges after a show photo have posted number 9, Working for Glory third, 3, Your Benja fourth, and 8, Zune Raider was fifth. 2:11, 9:38 in frame. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the number 2, Bon Temps, with Manny Escobar. Bon Temps is a 4-year-old bank colt by Bravazzo. The Southern Image mare winning image for Cipriano Contreras, Contreras Stable Incorporated, and co-owner Randy Wenches. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Bon Temps. The 2:11 exacta paid $13.20. Pick 3, $8.25. 50-cent trifecta, 2:11.9, paid out $21.85. 10-2 double and even $16. Your Benja fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 2:11.93, $16.27. Zune Rider was fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta, 2:11.938, returned $44.37. In the maiden turf mile, the numbers 110, 12, 15, and 16, all non-starters. Favorite first, 11 ran, 135.52. 20 minutes away from race 8, there'll be 11 on the day. Don't forget Wednesday, Thursday cards from 2:10. Friday on the eve of Indiana Derby Day, a special noon post time here. This Friday we'll be racing. Saturday, the big card of the season, Indiana Derby Day. Hope you can join us this Saturday, post time for Indiana Derby Day at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Race 8 from the Sprint Scratch 3 Band. 3 Band has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Once again, the 10-cent grand high five, that's the pentafecta wager featured. Double, and we continue with our 50-cent rolling pick threes on an 11 race card. Post time 5:49. bit slow to go. Toward the inside, Bon Temps. All way well, along with Lunaticus. Nearest the inside is Chondrite in the red cap, who was reluctant to load. Takes back to settle as Chondrite. Coming up on the outside, Zun Raider, and farther out is Play on Words. They make their way into the first turn, and it's Bon Temps, who leads toward the inside for Manny Esquivel. 6 furlongs to go. Right there is Lunaticus with Bon Temps, who leads them to the back of the course. Your bench is a ground-saving third from the gray Zun Raider, who's next in fourth. Chondrite in fifth, with on the outside Play on Words in sixth position, making its backstretch run. Working for the glory is saving ground with the rail at 36 feet. In the meantime, Quiet Mischief taking a wider angle of attack as they go past the half mile. Then further back is Mahmoud's Cloud, along with the newcomer Miko, and the one well back after a slow start. Force Multiplier trails in 11th. Quarter was 22.70, 47.96 for the middle part. They make their way into the far turn. It's Bon Temps. Bon Temps doing this nicely out in front. In the meantime, Joe Ramos and Lunaticus right there with a bid. It's still Bon Temps with inside 3 furlongs to go. And Zun Raider making 3-path progress on this firm course coming toward the quarter pole. Quiet Mischief is 4 deep as they close ranks coming past the quarter pole. Then toward the inside, Your Benja with Play on Words and behind horses. These maidens have turned for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.27 seconds. Bon Temps clings on to this advantage. 1 furlong to go. Quiet Mischief is coming with a long run, but Bon Temps is finding under pressure from Manny Esquivel. Is Bon Temps close to home, and Bon Temps wins by a half length to Quiet Mischief. Then Working for Glory, who joined Your Benja at the finish. Zun Raider was next, and they were clear.
We're 8 minutes to race 8, and I would just like to take this time to wish happy birthday to someone who has literally become one of my very good friends in real life, Hannah Leahy. I am so in love and obsessed with this girl. She's amazing. And it is her birthday today, so we wanted to wish Hannah Leahy a happy birthday. Happy birthday, sweet girl. We love you so much, and you make my job so easy. Whenever she wins a race, I'm not only excited because I love her, but because she's like the Johnny Velasquez of interviews. You just put the mic in front of her face, and the girl comes up with the best stuff. So that could be also why I'm partial, but happy birthday, Hannah. We love you. Let's go with this Indiana Bred Allowance filly and mare 3-year-old and up. I'm going to go against the 3-2 favorite. You guys might think I'm crazy, but I'm going to go with Indiana Smoke Show on the outside. Another girl that has come here and just I've fallen in love with, Micah Meeks. Wonderful, really strong rider. I was I wasn't shocked, but I was very impressed with the way that she took to here. Sometimes, we're all the Indiana strain. We're all kind of friends here. We've been together for a really long time. So when new people come in, it's kind of hard. Micah is so personable. She's just an outgoing person, and she's really ridden very well, as you can see. Irving rode this one to a 3rd place finish, and then Micah rode it to a 3rd place finish in a 71, a speed figure, best speed figure, recent speed figure other than the 5 in this group of 71. So I'm really like this horse. It was 3rd versus similar the other 2 times. I just have a feeling that it's her day today. She's a strong contender. She's a great spotlight rating. I'm falling more and more in love with the time form PPs, and I love that spotlight rating because it's kind of an overall number that takes into account the trainer rating and the pace rating and everything, and it puts it in one. So she's got a chance of a good performance in this group. The 2 filly named Bruz, Evan Roman is aboard for Mr. Ethan West. Frank Brown co-owns but bred this one. Ethan is 18% in allowance ranks overall. This horse broke the maiden and then went right into the Swifty Sired. And I'm just going to give her a little bit of an excuse there. That was a 12-horse field. Spirited Justice is tough. Over and Above is tough. And even though she won at 10.5 lengths, broke the maiden, I just thought that was a step up for sure. She should maintain good position throughout the race. She won in gate to wire fashion when she broke her maiden, and it was on the slop. So I'm not gonna take that speed figure too seriously. And I think that this is gonna be kind of yes, it's a drop down. She's going in allowance, but I think this is going to kind of show us what kind of filly she is. She looks phenomenal in the paddock, though. She's a kind of a small, compact girl, but she looks strong and very powerful. So, and I love Evan in the irons today for her. And then I'm going to round out with 4. Aunt Layla's Sky at 4-1 right now on the tote board. Poised and ready to go. You see Jose Gutierrez, very professional jockey there aboard, 5-pound bug, who rode this one to its victory race in the debut. Was well bet in the debut. Steve Fossick's been doing really well number-wise. 6 of his last starts has entered set 2 first place finishes in a second. And it was at today's distance, 5.5, that this filly did break her maiden. She also has the highest early pace speed figure of 124, which is awesome. Let's see if she can run something close to that today. She's going to be tough, but being as she's not got a whole lot of she's first time with winners, so it is a step up, and she doesn't have that much experience, so I put her in for 3rd. 824 for me here in the 8th race. I Horseshoe Indianapolis. We got 11 race cards. Strap in, guys. Lots of amazing racing to come. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track for race 8. Here at the distance of 5.5 furlongs with a field of 7. There's one scratch. Take out the blue 3, band. Scratch the 3, band. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The Distaff Dash features the 10-cent Grand High 5, a pentafecta. Featured here, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post up. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, a late jockey change. It'll be in the 10th race. 10th race, that's a maiden mile. 10th race in your program, number 4, Houston, will now be ridden by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. One of the meet leaders here this season, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 4, Houston. That change of rider just announced here for race 10. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for this Fillies and Mare sprint. Scratch 3, band. The horses are approaching the starting gate. You have less than 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Just Like Mamie. Sando Sandro with She's a Whirlwind joined. Evan Roman with Filly Named Bruz. Loads it 3-2 on Filly Named Bruz. Fernando de la Cruz, Starry Eyed Justice, one of the Randy Klopp 2. Here at 5.5 furlongs. Luna Diva, Rodney Prescott on the Tuesday score sheet. Jose Gutierrez and Layla Sky going in. So stand by one more. Indiana Smoke Show. Micah Meeks or Randy Klopp and the Breakaway Farm Silks. All in line. And they're off. Indiana Smoke Show toward the inside, and Layla Sky with an early bid. Right there's Filly Named Bruz in a white cap, just like Mamie Story Eye Justice. It's Aunt Layla Sky with Jose Gutierrez. And Layla Sky spreads the lead and opens up a 3-length advantage going past the half mile on Filly Named Bruz. Starry Eyed Justice in a maroon cap, just like Mamie with Luna Diva on the far outside. Indiana Smoke Show, She's a Whirlwind trails the Distaff Dash. They round the far turn. The quarter was a couple of ticks over 22. And Layla Sky spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole, and leads here by just over 2 to Filly Named Bruz. Is trying to narrow the margin for Evan Roman, and Layla Sky spins them in. Starry Eyed Justice with nearest the inside, just like Mamie on the far outside. Indiana Smoke Show. Luna Diva, She's a Whirlwind, half mile as they come through the final furlong in 45.92. They've overpowered Aunt Layla Sky. Here come the closers. It's Starry Eyed Justices went to the front from Filly Named Bruz. Late gain toward the inside by She's a Whirlwind with Fernando de la Cruz. Starry Eyed Justice wins by 3. She's a Whirlwind gains second. Luna Diva third. Then Filly Named Bruz, just like Mamie. Indiana Smoke Show goes next. Six, 5, 7, 2, and then stand by for the fifth. 105.83 after the Philly Zamare sprint. 6 Starry Eyed Justice 2-1 first. 2.5 length margin over the Tony Durant 2. She's a Whirlwind from Luna Diva, third and fourth. Filly Named Bruz. Fifth's a photo. That's up to the judges. Hold all tickets until posted official. We trail back to Aunt Layla Sky, who dropped right away after leading. 105.83. 6-5-7-2. Photos for fifth. Fernando de la Cruz. Another on the card here for Randy Klopp. The Harry's Holiday filly, Starry Eyed Justice at 2-1. The judges have posted number 1, just like Mamie, fifth over Aunt Layla Sky. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 6, Starry Eye Justice with Fernando de la Cruz. Starry Eye Justice is a 3-year-old bay filly by Harry's Holiday. Out of the Tail of the Cat mare, Katara Princess. Racing for Roger Species. Species Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Starry Eye Justice. Sprints to a win in 105.83 official. The 50-cent pick 3 paid $14.65. 6-5 exacta, $36. 50-cent trifecta, 6-5-7, $45.45. 2-6 double returned at even $19. 10-cent pentafecta, just like Mimi, held 5th. 6-5-7, 2 in the 1. $131 in those 2 wheat pennies. Philly named Bros was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 6-5-7, 2 paid $35.96. 7 face starter Oscar Kilos, 105.83 after the distaff dash. 21 minutes away from the 9th. This is the final leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3, made in Turf Mile. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 Uncle's Little Trophy, the 14 Hotline Iris, 15 Haziel, and 16 Moonlight Girl. Scratch the also eligibles. No changes among the body of the 12. AEs are out. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, another 10-cent pentafecta. This starts the $5 last call, thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of the day. Post time 6:19. And they're off. Indiana Smoke Show toward the inside, and Layla Sky with an early bid. Right there's filly named Bros in a white cap, just like Mimi Story Eye Justice. It's Aunt Layla Sky with Jose Gutierrez. Aunt Layla Sky speds the lead and opens up a 3-length advantage going past the half mile on filly named Bros. Story Eye Justice in a maroon cap, just like Mimi with Luna Diva on the far outside. Indiana Smoke Show. She's a whirlwind trails the distaff dash. They round the far turn. The quarter was a couple of ticks over 22. Aunt Layla Sky spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole, and leads here by just over 2 to filly named Bruz. Is trying to narrow the margin for Evan Roman. Aunt Layla Sky spins them in. Starry-eyed Justice with nearest the inside, just like Mimi on the far outside. Indiana Smoke Show. Luna Diva, she's a whirlwind half mile as they come through the final furlong in 45.92. They've overpowered Aunt Layla Sky. Here come the closers. It's Starry-eyed Justices went to the front from filly named Bruz. Late gain toward the inside by She's a Whirlwind with Fernando de la Cruz. Starry-eyed Justice wins by 3. She's a Whirlwind gained second. Luna Diva third. Then filly named Bruz just...
Back out to the turf course for the final time of a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indy for race 9. 1 mile going to be the distance on a firm turf course. Scratch your outside for 13, 14, 15, and 16 out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 12 set to go to the post in here. Let's take a look at how we navigated through this race. I went to the inside runner in Captured. 5-1 on the board. Orantes going to be calling the shots in here for Christine Caulfield. 4-year-old filly by Old Forester is 0 for 6 with 1 second place finish. But the two career best starts, far and away, were both on the turf. Hasn't been on the turf in some time. Was rained off the turf last season, late in the year, just before Halloween. They were rained off. They stayed in there, and they were ultimately never a factor. And you could venture to guess how it went. Earlier this season, June 4th, they probably needed the race. They did show a little bit of speed before fading and backing out of it. But a small stable, they put their horses where they can win. I think they needed that last race and willing to draw a line through it. The dirt is definitely what she doesn't want to do. She wants to be on the sod. Today she gets an opportunity. She had huge effort last season in which she set just off the leader. She battled on. It was a game effort. They went off at 71-1. And were only beaten by 2 lengths. It was a monstrous effort. They did come back about a month later, ran better than it looks. I know they finished 8th, but they're only beaten by 6. It was kind of, they ran pretty similar to how they did before. It was much deeper waters, though. This Indiana bred faced Open Company, came back maybe a little bit quicker than they would have liked in a perfect world. But overall, I think both turf races were very nice. In here, 5-1 on the board. I think she'll certainly wake up and improve going back to the turf today for your inside runner with Orantes. Getting the limited starts that he does all year long, and this is going to be his 3rd here at Horseshoe Indy. We'll see if that works out. 5-1 on the board. The 7's taking some action in here, though. Once more, Edward Rogenkamp, Amir Mendoza going to be in the saddle for Awards Racing. Once more is a 3-year-old filly who does take on older in here. 0 for 8, 1 second, and 1 third to her career resume. She's tried the turf 3 times. One of those seconds did come on the turf. In fact, it was here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in which she faced Open Company. It's one of the few times she's been in for a tag. This Indiana bred faced other foes, many Kentucky breds that day. It was kind of a weird day. We were on the turf. The turf was listed as good. It was raining during the race. I mean, it was just pouring down rain. The skies opened up. And it was a big effort. Another one who ran a huge effort at a big number was 90-1, rallied on the gallop out, went right past. It was a big try. They had the lead by 3 lengths. They got nailed on the line by She's Chloe. Wasn't a tiring issue. I think it was just maybe a little bit of greenness, looking around. Wasn't overly focused that final 100 yards, and it did cost her. She came back on June 11th on a day in which we had a lot of rain. You didn't really want to be down on the inside of the turf course here on June 11th. In my opinion, she broke kind of from the inside. She showed good speed, but it was a much tougher group. She found an easy group, even though she was in against Open Company. When she went back in against state-bred competition, it was a lot saltier foes than she found the time before. But overall, had no excuse. We'll see if Once More can get the job done in here. She's been knocking on the door. We'll see if she busts it down. Currently favored, but in very chilly-ish fashion at 4-1. The 5 is a horse that you certainly have to look into. Lexi's Lunar Rock. Easy to overlook if you just take a quick glance. Aaron Thompson doesn't have a ton of horses in the back of the stable. A 3-year-old filly who only had 1 start sprinting on the dirt, was a late-running 4th place finish that day, was near the back of the pack, then came with a nice rally behind Raisinette and what could be a very nice maiden special weight event going 5.5 furlongs. It was a great starting point for Lexi's Lunar Rock, but if you look at the mare, Orange, Black, and Gold, she was a good one for Thomas Proctor. Was claimed away from Glen Hill Farms for the breeding shed for $30,000 in her last start at Gulfstream Park. She primarily raced at some of the big tracks, Saratoga, Belmont, Hollywood Park, even Santa Anita, Churchill. I mean, she kind of shipped all over. Even though she wasn't a win machine, she did race at some of the premier meets in the country at that time, back in that 2010-2011 range. She was all turf, though. That's the thing that jumped off the page to me. All turf. This one should certainly move up on the sod, and she's produced some good runners on the turf as well. In fact, despite being all turf herself, She's 22% with turf sprint. She's produced 20% turf route as well. Maybe most notably of the siblings is Uncle Huge, who is a 7-time winner, banked over $200,000 for Hugh McMahon over on the East Coast as well. Also a half sibling to Cam's Rockin' Gold, another Indiana bred, and Jackson's Gold, both who have done their best work on the turf. So one start, it was a late running, good, better than it looks, fourth place finish, sprinting on the dirt. Now they're going to go long on the turf. It's a great spot for Lexi's Luna Rock, and this one is sneaky good, currently 3-1. Certainly one you don't want to leave off those tickets for that late daily double. $5 minimum makes it ultra challenging, especially when you key it off with 12 of them going to the gate. You've got maiden fillies all looking for their first career victory. 15% takeout, $5 minimum. I think you could use the top 3 selections in here. Maybe go a little bit lighter on the back end. I like to play 2 tickets, singling the top selection in here, go deep in the finale, or go deep here, see if you can't get a bit of a long shot and then get lucky in the finale. But still plenty of racing action on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll be back on that turf course to round out the horseshoe hat trick. Hopefully you're still alive in those horizontals. Then we've got another dirt thoroughbred race, as well as a quarter horse race that Martha Clauston is anxiously awaiting for at 7:17 tonight on a Tuesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to have to send her a wake-up call a couple of minutes from now as we're back on the turf course at Horseshoe Indianapolis. See y'all tomorrow.
The horses call posted now for the 9th race. Here the maiden turf mile. Infield of 12. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Uncle's Little Trophy. 14, Hotline Iris. 15, Haziel. And 16, Moonlight Girl. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on this maiden distaff turf mile. Starts the $5 last call, thoroughbred double. First leg of the final pick 3. For a final time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today, crossing over to the turf course. Maidens on final approach for the mile start. Final 2 here. Maiden mile and the quarter horse dash on the fast main track. Course firm rail at 36 feet arriving. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Cesar Orantes with Captured. First of the 12 to take her spot. Amir Mendoza with Once More is joined Captured. Manny Esquivel, Cloudless Day. in the orange silk sit cap, up and in well. Cloudless Day. Alberto Burgos with Rumors Are Flying. Joe Ramos, Sweet Memories, drew 3. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Athena the Swift being led up. Here over the mile. 20-1 on Athena the Swift. Evan Roman, Pink Picture. Hannah Leahy with Flutter by Zoe. Joseph Bimmer. Lexi's Lunar Rock drew 5. Obvious Agenda. Alex Ashar with the win on the card. 2 back. Danny Sheehy partners Jogger. Again, the course was firm today. Turf rail at 36 feet on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby week. So one more. Santo Sandro with Royal Tiara. To make up the dozen over the mile, Royal Tiara. They were in the gate. Ready. And the rough. Pink Picture away well. In company with Obvious Agenda in a white cap. Here's Athena the Swift, who's ridden out toward the front, and Flutter by Zoe right there with Athena the Swift as they make their way into the first turn with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Athena the Swift just leads out as Hannah Leahy has Flutter by Zoe right with her as they turn, and Royal Tiara going very wide. So out in front, it's Athena the Swift who leads. A close-up Flutter by Zoe, Pink Picture, and Obvious Agenda. They're a joint third, with Captured in back of them running in fifth and taken back, followed by Rumors Are Flying, and once more is deeper out into the course looking to make headway. There comes Jogger settled with the running rail there for Danny Sheehy. Royal Tiara is running in 10th. Farther back then in the field comes Sweet Memories along with Cloudless Day, and Lexi's Lunar Rock has dropped back to last, quarter 23.08. They went past the half, 47.86 as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Still these two, Athena the Swift and Flutter by Zoe's been right there with the front runner, Obvious Agenda. Making steady headway now for Alex Ashar. Once more is on the far outside, running in fourth. To the inside, Pink Picture looking to stay on from fifth. And then comes Captured in sixth, followed on the outside by Royal Tiara. Lexi's Lunar Rock on the extreme outside with a bid. Farther back then to a Jogger with Cloudless Day, and finally a tailed off Sweet Memories. 3/4, 1 minute 12.36. Athena the Swift. She's clutching on to this advantage from Obvious Agenda, going for an attack and Captured. It's a bold stroke up the rail. And here's Pink Picture, who joins Captured near home. And with Evan Roman, Pink Pictured over Captured at the finish from Obvious Agenda, Athena the Swift. Then Rumors Are Flying, Royal Tiara. Lexi's Lunar Rock, and Cloudless Day was after that. $136.79 after the maiden distaff turf mile. 136.79. It was 13-1 on 4. Pink Picture. 9-5 on 1. Captured with the rail. Pink Picture captured Obvious Agenda. Athena the Swift did all the hard labor. Rumors Are Flying along with Lexi's Lunar Rock and Obvious Agenda, Cloudless Day. 136.79. So hold all bets. It will go to Pink Picture. Evan Roman for Rogelio Labra. 1,000 Words Filly will get off the mark in her 15th run first. One Captured at 9-5. Was second in the maiden distaff turf mile. Number 6, Obvious Agenda, third. Number 9, Athena the Swift was fourth. 8, Rumors Are Flying, fifth. So there it is, 4, 1, 6, 9, 8. It's unofficial. Hold all tickets. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Pink Picture with Evan Roman. Pink Picture for the Cody photo. 4-year-old Bay Filly by 1,000 words. And the Uncle Momare and the Pink Carnation, Rogelio Labra trains for Honorato Sotelo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pink Picture out to the maiden ranks. Result official. The Pentafecta will carry over to the 10th race maiden mile for $7,843. The 10-cent Grand High 5 carries over to race 10. For 1 exacta, $116.80. 50-cent trifecta paid $334.25. Pink Picture capped off a 50-cent pick 3 on races 7, 8, 9. Returned $49.65. 6-4 double, $90 even. Athena the Swift was 4th. 10-cent Superfecta, $1,430.72. The 10-cent Grand High 5, Pentafecta carryover to the 10th race maiden mile for $7,843. And in the 10th race, no scratches for Houston. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides for Houston. 6 Rapid Ascent War Blinkers went on Churchill Downs debut. Blinkers here in the maiden mile for number 6, Rapid Ascent Program Correction. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, we noted a carryover in the Pentafecta, $7,843, final double of an 11 race card. Fast track post time 6:52. Ready? And the rough. Pink Picture away well, in company with Obvious Agenda and a white cap. Here's Athena the Swift, who's ridden out toward the front, and fluttered by Zoe right there with Athena the Swift as they make the way into the first turn with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Athena the Swift just leads out as Hannah Leahy has fluttered by Zoe right with her as they turn, and Royal Tiara going very wide. So out in front, it's Athena the Swift who leads. A close-up flutter by Zoe. Pink Picture and Obvious Agenda, they're a joint third. With Captured in back of them, running in fifth and taken back, followed by Rumors Are Flying, and Once More is deeper out into the course looking to make headway. There comes Jogger settled with the running rail there for Danny Sheehy. Royal Tiara is running in 10th. Farther back then in the field comes Sweet Memories along with Cloudless Day, and Lexi's Lunar Rock has dropped back to last, quarter 23.08. They went past the half, 47.86 as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Still these two, Athena the Swift and Flutter by Zoe's been right there with the front runner, Obvious Agenda, making steady headway now for Alex Ashar. Once More is on the far outside, running in fourth. To the inside, Pink Picture looking to stay on from fifth, and then comes Captured in sixth, followed on the outside by Royal Tiara. Lexi's Lunar Rock on the extreme outside with a bid. Farther back then to a Jogger with Cloudless Day, and finally a tailed off Sweet Memories. 3/4, 1 minute 12.36. Athena the Swift. She's clutching on to this advantage from Obvious Agenda, going for an attack and Captured. It's a bold stroke up the rail. And here's Pink Picture, who joins Captured near home. And with Evan Roman, Pink Pictured over Captured at the finish from Obvious Agenda, Athena the Swift. Ready? And
We're 8 minutes to the 10th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is the last thoroughbred race, so we do have a quarter horse allowance in race 11 that Miss Martha Clausen will be covering. I'm going to go in this 3-year-old maiden special weight 2-4-6. So running a route a mile on the fast main track. And I'm going to go with the 2-4-5 right now, Cromwell. You know, this horse is over 8, but some nice second place finishes, 3 of which, and then a third place finish. So it's been close. And the last couple, this horse has been running at Fairgrounds and then at Churchill and was going a lot longer at a mile and a 16th. And today we're going to shorten it up to a mile. This horse has never ran here, has been mainly at Fairgrounds and Churchill Downs. As you can see, really tough races. I mean, this horse, you got to kind of go through, but has had some bad trips, some wide trips, bumped. Didn't like the turf, I don't think. Then went to Fairground in March and ended up a second with Concepcion aboard. And he's aboard here now. That was one of the closer ones. So I'm hoping can run back to that form. And coming here to Indiana, fresh group. I think this horse is going to like it. Looks phenomenal. I mean, this bay looks really filled out and moving nicely in the hind end. I think this horse is going to finally break the maiden today. And then we're going to go to the 4 at 13-1 Houston. Martin Garcia is aboard for Byron Hughes. 13-1, like I said on the tote board, I'll take. This horse is making a 6th lifetime start. Now, hasn't done much. There's 1 second place finish in here, which makes this race kind of a tough one and an interesting one. This horse has been close and got 4th, only being a little over a length. And then the second place finish was back on April 21st here at today's distance and was only beaten by half a length by Astound. Now, there's no Astound in here. It was bumped really hard at the start and still was second. So I want that horse to run back to that form. But these last two, not a huge fan of that June 2nd race, but those 2 before that were pretty good. So I'm going to put that one in, and I love the odds there. And then the 6 Rapid Ascent is 8-1 on the tote board. Manny Esquivel is aboard here. Did have a nice winner in the 7th race here today, and he's looking for a riding double on the card. He's riding for William Cowan's 3-year-old gelding by Quality Road, making his 2nd ever lifetime start and debuted at Churchill May 25th. 6 furlongs and was in a maiden claiming for 50. Coming here to Indy, going 2 turns for the first time. It's a kind of a question mark, but it was in a pretty short field and got a really round trip. That horse looks like it's built for 2 turns, though. Look at this. Look at that. I mean, that horse looks like it's going to run well at the distance. 2-4-6 for me in the 10th race. We're 5 minutes to post as the jockeys have headed out. Probably going to get the leg up momentarily. Good luck.
Stepping out to the track now for the 10th race. Here in the maiden mile, a field of 8. For Houston, the jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides for Houston. 6 Rapid Ascent program correction. More blinkers on Churchill Downs debut. Blinkers here in the maiden mile for 6 Rapid Ascent. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. There's a carryover in the 10-cent Pentafecta. $7,843. Pentafecta carryover. Final double fast track. 2 minutes to post up. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Maidens going down to the mile start. We do have a carryover here in the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the Pentafecta wager. All 8 run. Pentafecta carryover, $7,843. On final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Alex Ashar with Oubliette. Adam Mesquitza, Mount Vernon. Axel Concepcion with Cromwell, like Mount Vernon. Both here for Cherie DeVaux. Rapid Ascent, Manny Esquivel on the Tuesday score sheet. 8 times started Cromwell. Loads at 1-2 here over the mile for the maiden. We've had a fast track. Now the first time starter, Final Thoughts, getting a bit fractious and back of the starting gate. Still out of the frame is Final Thoughts. Hot pink and black diamond belt. Fernando de la Cruz here with Final Thoughts coming up. Manny Esquivel, Rapid Ascent in Hanalei, Cold Digger. Set on maximum security here. Final Thoughts. 2-5 on Cromwell. 2 back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. 5 times started at Houston. Loads at 9-1. 2-5. It remains on Cromwell. One more. Evan Roman, Fast Jimmy. Was 5th here on sprint debut. 23-1 to take out the mile. Fast Jimmy. 2-5 Cromwell. They're in the gate. They're off. Houston for the early lead. Bids by Cold Digger with Fast Jimmy, and there's Rapid Ascent, who's quick to join these leaders as they charge into the first turn. It's Houston. Houston for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has taken a short lead from Rapid Ascent, who's itching to challenge for Manny Esquivel right now. And Rapid Ascent takes the top at the 6.5 from Houston, who just yields the front. With Cold Digger right there. First run since the fairgrounds from Mount Vernon, who's 4th in tight quarters, making this backstretch run. Then comes Oubliette toward the inside, next in 5th position, followed on the outside by Cromwell, who's in the clear for Axel Concepcion. Fast Jimmy is on the extreme outside. Then it's a break of 5 more to the first-time starter, Final Thoughts, who's dropped back to last. First 2 of 8 furlongs at 24.74. Here's the half-mile pole. And Rapid Ascent and Houston, they're head-to-head, half-mile in 48.86. With Mount Vernon right there, 3rd every chance. 3 furlongs to go. Oubliette is running in 4th. Cold Digger showed speed but has dropped back, and Cromwell picking up on the far outside. Then we come back to both Fast Jimmy and Final Thoughts. It's Mount Vernon who's taken the lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Rapid Ascent and Houston, and Cromwell on the extreme outside with a bid as they head for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 13.57 seconds with Adam Mesquitza. Mount Vernon 1 furlong to go as Cromwell continues to come with a long run, both for Cherie DeVaux coming past the 16th, and Cromwell up here inching up to Mount Vernon. Oubliette is back in 3rd. It's Mount Vernon and Cromwell. Mount Vernon over Cromwell in a driving finish. Oubliette was third, Rapid Ascent fourth, and Houston finished fifth. $138.91 after the maiden. Mount Vernon Cromwell. Or Cherie Deveau 1-2 in the maiden. 42-1. Oubliette was third under Alex Achard. Rapid Ascent 10-1 fourth after an early pace duel with Houston back in fifth. Pentafecta had a carryover going in. It's 5-2-1-6-4 in the frame. 5 Mount Vernon. 9-2 first. Has beaten 2 Cromwell, 1 Oubliette. Rapid Ascent and Houston fifth. Adam Eskitsa, the son of Constitution. First run since the fairgrounds. Mount Vernon on Maiden No More. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 5. Mount Vernon with Adam Eskitsa. Mount Vernon is a 3-year-old dark mare brown colt by Constitution. And the more than ready mare Ayers Rock. Cherie Deveau trains for the partnership of Belladonna Racing LLC, CRK Stables LLC, Woodford Racing LLC, and Cold Press Racing. Part of the ownership of Mount Vernon. Third time was the charm. First up since the fairgrounds. Mount Vernon out to the maiden ranks. 5-2 exacta paid $20.20. 50-cent trifecta, $69.55. Rapid Ascent was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 5-2-1-6, $47.93. Pick 3, $175.10. The 4-5, last call, thoroughbred double, $733.50. $1 late pick 4, $1,052.20. Pentafecta, $133.15. Houston was fifth. 50-cent late fire 5 for $2743.50. Well, one more. Race 11, quarter horse dash over the 330. Fast track. Scratch the 11, Beowulf. Scratch 11. Overweights the 5+3, 6+3, 7+4, 8 is +2, and the 10 AJK Sakaru Cowgirl +3 pounds. Scratch Beowulf. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and there's a quarter horse pentafecta. Post time 7:18. They're off. Houston for the early lead. Bids by Cold Digger with Fast Jimmy, and there's Rapid Ascent, who's quick to join these leaders as they charge into the first turn. It's Houston. Houston for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. has taken a short lead from Rapid Ascent, who's itching to challenge for Manny Esquivel right now. And Rapid Ascent takes the top at the 6.5 from Houston, who just yields the front. With Cold Digger right there. First run since the fairgrounds from Mount Vernon, who's fourth in tight quarters, making this backstretch run. Then comes Oubliette toward the inside, next in 5th position, followed on the outside by Cromwell, who's in the clear for Axel Concepcion. Fast Jimmy is on the extreme outside. Then it's a break of 5 more to the first-time starter, Final Thoughts, who's dropped back to last. First 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.74. Here's the half-mile pole. And Rapid Ascent and Houston, they're head-to-head, half-mile in 48.86. With Mount Vernon right there third every chance. 3 furlongs to go. Oubliette is running in 4th. Cold Digger showed speed but has dropped back, and Cromwell picking up on the far outside. Then we come back to both Fast Jimmy and Final Thoughts. It's Mount Vernon who's taken the lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Rapid Ascent and Houston, and Cromwell on the extreme outside with a bid as they head for home after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 13.57 seconds with Adam Beschizza. Mount Vernon 1 furlong to go as Cromwell continues to come with a long run, both for Cherie DeVoe coming past the 16th, and Cromwell up here inching up to Mount Vernon. Oubliette is back in 3rd. It's Mount Vernon and Cromwell. Mount Vernon over Cromwell in a driving finish. Oubliette was 3rd. Rapid Ascent
Well, powering our way through this Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, unbelievable thoroughbred action. I'm sure you guys have enjoyed it very much, but we've got a quarter horse race, an allowance to cap off the card, and I'm excited to talk about some of the horses. But before I do, I've got to send congratulations out to the connections of Tatcha's Secret, who defended her title in the Bradford Stakes yesterday afternoon. Takes on the boys every time, makes it look like a piece of cake. Like, she is the most, first of all, gorgeous. I mean, Ricardo Martinez, who trains and bred her, Habit's Secret daughter, she's 6 years old, even in the paddock, oh my gosh, she looked absolutely spectacular, just raring to go, completely just gorgeously turned out. And then she gets on the racetrack and didn't even have the best break, but it didn't matter. She just eyeballs these horses to left and right and said, no way, I am it and you're not. So I always admire that. I admire that in a woman. I know Rachel and I really love it when the girls beat the boys, but that was some performance. So Ricardo, Chris Duke, and the partners, congratulations. And of course, great ride from Fernando Morin. So that was yesterday. Today, we have a full field for our quarter horse allowance. These horses are going to be going, these are 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races. So it's kind of cool. They've got some experience. We do have a scratch of the also eligible. The 11 horse will not run, but certainly have a nice competitive field for you to take a look at. All right, well, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 9, HF Kiss This Too, who qualified and ran 4th for the 103,000 Harley Green Derby. This is every year has a really tough group of 3-year-olds competing in these derbies. And I'll tell you what, even to qualify for the Harley Green this year was an accomplishment. So running 4th didn't bother me at all, but I think the drop to the allowance level bodes very well for this gelding, bred by Just Being Valiant, bred by the late Randy Hafner, and of course trained by Natasha Perez. She's the former jockey, now training in her 4th year, and she'll give a leg up to rider Diego Bocanegra. I really like her chances to come through in this allowance. All right, next up for me is going to be number 8, Watch for Estella. This is a filly by leading Indiana quarter horse stallion Escondido Beach, and she competed in trials for the Harley Green, did not even make the final, but that's no slouch on her part. That's just an extraordinary group of horses competing in the trials. But if you look at her back class last year as a 2-year-old, she ran fairly well, and she did make the final of the Miss Roxy Little Futurity Consolation. That was a $30,000 stakes last year. I think she merits a long look for trainer Tony Cunningham. He just notched his 1,000th career victory last week, or maybe about 9 days ago, and we're also happy for him. Couldn't ask for a nicer, more skilled trainer, but also such a cool guy. I mean, he's just so hardworking and respectful. We adore him. And he'll give a leg up to Danny Martinez, who's ridden very well for him for years, and all the way at the, I think, tied for 2nd in the standings right now. All right, how about number 2, One Grand Eagle, makes his 2nd start of the meet for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston. Sue Belden bred this horse by This Is an Eagle. Now, I remember This Is an Eagle because he won the Sam Houston Futurity when I was down there running the PR show for them. And I'll tell you what, it was a really first $100,000 sale purchase at the TQHA yearling sale, as I remember, and then turned into a very good stallion as well as a Futurity winner. So I like the pedigree. This horse, this gelding will make his 9th start, and I think it's definitely going to do something pretty good. Eduardo Diaz, who is the younger brother of Edgar Diaz, has the call for the Eggleston barn. All right, now let's round up my top 4 with number 4, and that's Beach Chicks, because it's a solid runner-up finish at this level, this allowance level, on June 16th for trainer Shauna Martin. Sherry Miller bred this 4-year-old mare by Escondido Beach. And again, if you are in stakes competition and you drop down, but you know, not everybody's going to win stakes, but she's a seasoned allowance runner. I would definitely say that, making her 10th career start with Jamarius O'Neill in the saddle. All right, so we'll go 9, 8, 2, 6 for the field, but as I've spoken of before, Our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta is a very lucrative wager if you can include a long shot or two in your selections. And I always try and find a long shot, and my suggestion for today is number 7, GV Little Guy, 15-1 in the morning line, a son of EOS Apolitical Win, who I think is on the improve for trainer Jessie Vasquez and her husband Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, who rides for the barn. So that's it for today. We'll be back Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for lots more great quarter horse and thoroughbred action. Saturday is all about the Indiana Derby with so many incredible stakes for Indiana bred thoroughbreds. So I know they're all preparing for it, and it's going to be a fantastic day. All right, good. Have a good evening, everybody. I'll see you back tomorrow.
Stepping onto the track for race 11. Capping off the card with this quarter horse allowance dash over the 330 yards. Fast track. Harry Philo 10. Scratch the also eligible 11 Beowulf. Did not draw in. Reported overweights. 5 HF Just Reno 3 over. 6 Beach Chicks plus 3. 7 GV Little Guy. Add 4 pounds to the listed program weight. 8 Watch Restella 2 over. 10 AJK Sakaru Cowgirl and 3 pounds. Scratch number 11. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured here over the 330. Fast track. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Grano d'Oro. Grano d'Oro first in. One Grand Eagle coming up. Beach Chicks went it well. One Grand Eagle. See you, don't want to be you. See you, don't want to be you went in well. GV Little Guy. Beating up LB Favorite Delight. GV Little Guy next to Beach Chicks. HF Just Reno, the green 5. Watch Restela. 2 back. Diego Bocanegra with HF Kiss This 2 for Natasha Perez. 1 more. Hugo Macias with AJK Sakaro Cowgirl. Wednesday racing from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Last of the day, 330 yards, fast track. All in. Off for the Tuesday finale. Fast start for One Grand Eagle, 220 yards away. Beats Chicks in the middle. Long width on the outside. Watch Ray Stala. HF Kiss This 2. Well inside the 110. It's HF Kiss This 2. HF Kiss This 2 and One Grand Eagle. Photo finish between them. HF Just Reno was third. Close. HF Kiss This 2 and One Grand Eagle. Photo finish. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Good finish here to the last of the day. We're standing by for the judge's verdict. 17.035 seconds for the 3:30 fast track, no wind. 17.035, verdict in. It's gone to 9. HF Kiss This 2. First, a narrow margin over 2. One Grand Eagle second. Number 5, HF Just Reno was third. The 8, Watch Restela fourth, and it's a dead heat for fifth. That impacts the quarter horse Pentafecta. Number 4, LB Favorite Delight, and the 7, GV Little Guy in a dead heat for fifth. 4 and the 7, dead heat for fifth. HF Kiss This 2. Diego Bocanegra, 3-2 winner, 17.035. 9.258, dead heat for fifth between the 4 and the 7. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 9, HF Kiss This 2 with Diego Bocanegra. 3-year-old brown gelding by Just Being Valiant at a favorite kiss by Favorite Cartel, Natasha Perez. Trains for the estate of Randy Heffner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of HF Kiss This Two at 3-2. Hold all bets. There's been a rider's claim of foul. Jamarius O'Neal on 6, Beach Chicks, alleging interference in the running of the 330-yard dash. Late objection in from Jamarius O'Neal. Claims foul in the running of the finale. Keep it right here. There was a jockey's objection lodged, and the stewards reviewed it. No merit in the objection. No changes made to the run order. Again, it's a dead heat for 5th between the 4 and 7. And race 11 is now official. The 9-2 Exacta, good finish, 25-60. A couple of winning pentafectas. Again, that dead heat for 5th involved the 4 and the number 7, producing 2 pentafecta pays. Pick 3, 133.60. 50-cent trifecta, 925, $37.15. 5-9 late double, 44.60. 10-cent superfecta, $38.91. Watch race Stala was 4th. That dead heat for 5th, a couple of pentafectas, 92584, $65.97. The other, $61.90. Dead heat for 5th between the 4 and the 7. Fast track, no wind, 330 yards, 17.035. Again, those pentafectas, 92584, 61.90 on the 92587. That concludes our live racing program for today on Indiana Derby Week. Thanks to all joined us here on track. Jimmy McNulty picking up the $100 in the Jockey's Agent contest today. Grand finale is next Tuesday. Wednesday here of Indiana Derby Week. Post time tomorrow and on Thursday will be at 2:10. Friday on the eve of the Indiana Derby. Friday off at noon. Saturday's betting bonanza. 13 races here on Saturday. That's Indiana Derby Day off at noon. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Tuesday of Indiana Derby Week, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth here today at 7:33 p.m. for now. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. Off in the Tuesday finale. Fast start for One Grand Eagle, 220 yards away. Beach Chicks in the middle, long width on the outside. Watch Ray Stala. HF Kiss This 2. Well inside the 110. It's HF Kiss This 2. HF Kiss This 2 and One Grand Eagle. Photo finish between them. HF Just Reno was third. Close. Off.